talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
Amy Schumer calls out celebrities who lie about being on Ozempic. Like, shut the up. Plus, Kristin Davis looks back on getting ridiculed for getting facial fillers. Crazy sports videos, from a pro golfer getting tackled by security to Conor McGregor's skit with a mascot going very wrong. IDINA MENZEL tells us all about unleashing her inner disco diva.
He needs to see his mommy bring the house down.
Yeah. And we've got all the highlights from Broadway's biggest night.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. I am Tori. I'm in for Sam. Hello to you all, and to you all, and to you guys in the studio. Hey.
All right. Is Sam back yet?
No. She's coming back tomorrow, don't you worry. Everyone is talking about a new class of weight loss drugs like Ozempic or Wegovy, but if you take one of these drugs for weight loss, should you have to tell the truth about how you're losing the weight? What if you're a celebrity and you have people looking up to you? That is the question we're asking after Amy Schumer blasted stars who lie about their new skinny figures. Here's what she said to Andy on Andy Cohen's Watch What Happens Live.
Yeah. And everybody lying. Everyone's like, a smaller portion. Like, shut the up.
Right.
You're on Ozempic or one of those things.
Or Wegovy or whatever.
Yeah, or you got work done. Like, just stop. Like a year ago, I tried it.
Okay.
You know, it's like, you know, you try it. And I was one of the people that felt like so sick and like couldn't like play with my son. I was so skinny and I was just like he was throwing a ball at me and it was just, and you're like, okay, this isn't livable for me.
Okay, so here's the question I'm going to pose to you. Should stars be honest about taking weight loss drugs or not? I want you to go to dblvote.com to weigh in on this topic. Meanwhile, I'm going to throw it to you guys. I think you should be, only because in this age of transparency, teenagers are living with anorexia, bulimia, and suicide at such an unbelievable rate. There's no con to coming out and saying, yes, I am.
I would argue there's a con. What do you think, Erica? I'll get in, but yeah, I'm curious.
No, I've thought about this a lot because when I used to do fitness competitions, I used to be very transparent about my journey because one, I was so miserable. I just wanted to share it with other people.
Honestly,
yeah. So
miserable.
people would be like, some people would be like, oh, this is, inspirational. I'm going to try this. Other people were like, we don't need to know. Like, basically, don't tell us so much. And I honestly was kind of transparent about it too because I knew I wasn't going to look like that forever. Which is the same case with a lot of people who are taking these drugs. They're not going to look like this forever. I think where the lines get blurred is when you have a particular brand and then all of a sudden your brand is about health and fitness, but a part of that is because you're on these drugs. That's when I think when you're talking about a con or not being forthcoming, that's when I think it becomes problematic.
I agree with it. You were shaking your head, yes?
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay. If you're documenting your journey, you should be forthright. Is that the right word?
Yeah. Good job.
It's Monday. Yeah, you should be forthright. I would totally be honest. Like, this is what I'm doing, and this is why I'm doing it, and this is the results, right? I want to help other people if it works for me. But I don't think you need to necessarily tell people. If you're an actress, again, sorry, my earpiece. If you're an actress and you're just getting in shape for a role or something, and it's like, I don't need to tell you everything. But if you are doing that purposely, that's what your Instagram's about, you should be honest about it.
I agree. Al, you disagree?
I disagree. Just on its surface, I totally understand what you're saying. And I think knowing all three of you guys talking to you every day for 6 years, I honestly believe that's what you guys would do. But what if your agent said, hey, Erica, ixnay on saying stuff about having cool sculpting or anything done that they feel like maybe the average fan wouldn't get or, might affect a branding deal that they have lined up for you? Then I think that's where the question comes in. Are you a celebrity that wants to be transparent with your followers, but at the same time, if it's not really hurting them and it's going to maybe cost you, a branding deal with Gold's Gym or something, right. Then when money's on the table, are you going to be transparent? And I don't know if it's fair to ask somebody to turn down money to be transparent and get zero money for that.
Which I hear, but let's hear from our chat. Keith just wrote in, if you idolize someone, it's important for you in your own journey and self-esteem to know they are still human and results are attainable. And sometimes with Ozempic, that's not attainable unless you tell them, I'm getting this extra help. So
Right.
I see your point because it could be money out of your pocket.
Well, yeah, but to your point earlier, that's money out of your pocket that you're willing to profit off a con. I mean, now you're saying, okay, don't say that you're using this product because we have this deal lined up for you that's going to pay you for not saying how you look the way that you look.
Yeah, that's
so
fishy.
now it becomes a moral, a moral compass issue. Like, all right, am I going to say, yes, I got in shape by going to whatever gym every single day, or are you going to say, hey, this is how I lost the weight and this is how I'm toning my body. This is how I'm continuing to keep up these results.
I'd say the first part, then cash a check.
You're the worst. Let us see what the results
That's
are.
what I would do.
82% of you say yes. So an overwhelming majority say yes, you should. Interesting. On a related note, Kristin Davis, you know Charlotte, she's opening up about her own efforts to look younger for the cameras. Now, in an interview with The Telegraph, Kristin said she's done fillers and it's been both good and bad, saying she had to get them dissolved and said she was ridiculed relentlessly for them. Kristin went on to say, quote, I have shed tears about it. It's very stressful. You're trusting doctors, but people personally blame us when it goes wrong, as if I jabbed a needle in my face. Kristin said that when she had some work done on her lips, no one told her that she didn't look good for the longest time, until eventually a good friend decided to be frank with her. So would you tell a friend they look ridiculous?
Yes.
I believe so, yes.
Jeff?
Great friend, a really
gotta be
good
really
friend.
good.
Top tier friend.
Absolutely.
And-
yes, I would.
Okay, good.
Otherwise, I don't. If it was an acquaintance, I don't know if it's my place, especially in today's society, to do that, right? As a friend, I would hope you did that to me, even if it was my acquaintance. But to say that to, especially a woman, I'm gonna say that. No, hey, you look great.
And that's where we are, Jeff. It's funny, but it's also like I'm sitting next to somebody who has pulled me aside throughout these 6 years and been like, hey, you need to fix that, or that didn't come off great, or maybe you should call them and tell them this is what you meant. Because a lot of people, the person that you're telling that to, you have to be absolutely sure that they are capable of taking that in, processing that. It's not a personal attack, but really a thing to help them and move forward. And a lot of people aren't there yet.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean, there were times in my life I wasn't there yet. But you also, even if it is a close friend, you need to make sure that they are in a position where they can receive that, because it can forever alter the friendship. But if you think that they can receive it no matter how bad it is, Tori, we joke around, but I tell you, you look wonderful today. I'm not feeling the hair today.
Totally.
But we're brother and sister. I can
Absolutely.
say whatever and vice versa.
And it's also because I think you're such a good girl dad that he's like, let me take a look at you. Hold on, spin, turn. It's so nice that you give your thoughts and care, because I would give it back to you. You look great in mint, by the way.
Thank you.
But
Shout out Ebony.
Shout out Ebony. But when I got Botox and it's Spocked, which you look like Dr. Spock, Sam ran right over it. She goes, you look terrible. You got to get a spot here and a spot here and they'll drop. Thank God for people like that. And I expect all of you to do that for me.
Well, I also think it's hard when it's you. People always ask, well, why didn't they see it? And I think that a part of the reason why people don't see it is a part of the same reason why they get it to begin with. And I think there's almost like a dysmorphia issue there, where you're not seeing it from you kind of have to be removed a little bit. But ultimately, I didn't know the term Spocked until, and Jeff has said this before, so I'm not putting him out there.
No, we're friends. You should. Yeah.
Jeff got Spocked.
I got Spock, and I thought, hey man, it's just doing its job. You know what I mean? And then until someone pointed out, I'm like, it's a little crazy. And then I had to get the tube, bink, bink, and it came down. But at the time, I was like, dude, let's go for it. You know what I mean? I was like, I thought that's just what it did.
I'm killing it.
I'm working. I'm like 22. I just got carded. Yeah.
Oh man, and we're all like, oh my God. All right, coming up on DBL, our interview with IDINA MENZEL, the one and only. She's telling us all about her new album that's a major nod to disco. And why did this pro golfer get tackled by security? We're going to talk about it next. Hey DBL Nation, today IDINA MENZEL is here to tell us all about her new disco album. Plus, TikTok's 80-year-old dating guru is sharing why there's no such thing as the perfect partner. That's today only on DBL.
Expressive in my
So it wasn't as we're talking about Jeff's single spocking. It was just really one.
No, it was both.
It was both?
It was
Maybe one more than the other.
But you really, the eyebrows, the
because I'm
corners went up.
expressive anyway.
Right.
But that was just another level. They were up here. Remember when, I always go back to Seinfeld. Remember when Uncle Leo, they drew and they're like, Leo, why are you being so aggressive? And he's like, aggressive? And he had his eyebrows and he wrote his chart. Did you ever see that? It's so funny.
There's also a meme, if you didn't know, of a wife who had a little baby and she drew big eyebrows on it and then surprised the husband, and he turns and he like laughs. I know this story doesn't sound good, but it's a good video. I regretted starting this story as soon as I said it. But you know, I'm
Wait,
sorry.
is that the end of it?
It's almost like you got to see it.
Yeah, I should have not have started that.
You don't subscribe to describing a video that people have never seen.
I'm always like, anytime we have, like, inevitably over the course of years, one of us will tell a story, and it's like, sometimes when you're on television, you gotta show people.
Yeah.
Like, there's just
Totally.
an aesthetic value to some stories.
It's a visual medium. Yeah. It's a visual medium.
Is anybody doing anything for the finals tonight?
I'm going to the bar where the guy, I told you guys all this, as soon as the Nuggets, he sits by himself, and every time we score a big point, he goes, "What kind of roll?" And the whole bar goes, "Cinnamon."
I don't understand
And we don't
that.
know why.
She has been telling that story
I know.
for weeks. I feel like I need to go to this bar
I
to
know.
understand.
You're gonna
People
go.
tweeted me,
It's gonna
they're
be underwhelming. It's gonna be 11
No,
people
it's
there.
so fun. And someone's like, "Do you know that guy?" I'm like, "No." Apparently he's been doing it for years. Don't know why.
Take that coffee.
Welcome back to DBL. Check this out. A pro golfer was tackled by security at the Canadian Open this weekend. Adam Hadwin was running to celebrate a fellow Canadian's big win at the Open, spraying champagne everywhere, when security mistook him for a fan and I didn't see the video. Oh, that was funny. Also, Nick Taylor sunk this amazing 72-foot long putt to win the title. He is the first Canadian to win the country's national title since 1954. That's 69 years. It was also the longest putt of his PGA Tour career. How hard is it to sink a 70-foot long putt?
Jeff, you golf.
Like,
I mean,
that's
percentage-wise, it's less than 5%, I would say, because sometimes they throw it up on the screen. But especially with the pressure of, if I sink this, I win.
And I'm Canadian.
Right? Otherwise, he would have to follow it up, hopefully, with another one. They go to a playoff. But to do that, yeah, you're Canadian in your home country, and you drop that putt with the weather too. It was raining, so the conditions weren't the same. That is like, obviously, he's going to remember that for the rest of his life, and so will the guy who got tackled. Celebrated. Yeah.
What are your thoughts about the tackling, Erica?
Well, security was doing their job.
I agree with Erica.
But you know that. Well, maybe he should have had a uniform on.
Yeah, and that's why I was. Even if this was me that was tackled, if that was my friend that I was celebrating, I would rather that, and we have some apologies, and maybe I have bruised ribs, because that was like maybe he missed his calling. He looked like a linebacker clearing out the hole there. That was impressive. But I'd rather have that than have somebody say, "Oh, I thought you knew him," and we're doing a way different story today. It's a very difficult situation when it's chaotic. There's no kind of guardrails or anything, and everybody's dressed the same.
Yep.
How do you know, like, who's there for the right reasons and who's there for others?
He did his job very well, I thought. So.
Very well.
Very well.
Yes.
Ooh. All right, we've got another viral sports video for you. This is insane. UFC star Conor McGregor took part in a pre-planned skit, meaning this was pre-planned. Good job, Tori. During halftime at the NBA Finals, he was supposed to get into this altercation with the Heat's mascot, Bernie. All right, it was all to promote a pain medication spray. Things did not go quite as planned. Check this out. McGregor punches the mascot, sending him to the floor. Then he punches him again while he was down. You don't do that. But the prank reportedly then sent the mascot straight to the hospital. But not to worry, he is. Did they just drag him out?
Yes.
He is doing okay. Following all the punches, McGregor sprayed Bernie with the pain medication spray. No word if it actually helped with the pain or not. Is this McGregor's fault or not? Now, just so you guys know, he was booed by the crowd previous to this. So in my mind, and maybe Al's mind, you were saying he was kind of worked up and angry and kind of took it out on the mascot. This is assault.
This is ridiculous.
That's assault.
This is ridiculous. Yes, I worked in arena for 4 seasons with the Denver Nuggets, and in arena entertainment is what we're watching right there.
Right.
And like, if you're going to do something like this is pre-planned. There has to have been a conversation that this was just going to be a skit, that you hold the punch. You don't punch someone like.
Couldn't he be then arrested? I mean, like.
No.
Why?
No, because this was planned. First of all, you don't do tricks with tigers and bears and then ask why you get bitten after. You hire a professional fighter to do this, and he's out there, he's maybe whatever he's going on, he's pumped up. He probably thinks, I'm not going to hurt this guy. I don't think he was going out there trying to hurt him. I think he's a professional fighter. He was going out there doing the best that he can, and it was an accident.
But you don't think
it's not assault?
It doesn't
he got
look
paid
like an
to do
accident
that.
when you lay somebody out and
plus,
then you punch them again.
Plus, the Nuggets are playing for the championship tonight.
Jeff, you know
No one like that over here? What's up? Yeah.
I'm with you for most of it. You know what it was? It was the second punch. When he's down, that he lines up and he hits him again,
man's down.
and his leg flinches in a way. Because watch that one.
Assault.
His head hits
It's
back.
not assault. He got paid for it.
No, he got paid to pull a punch in a pre-planned skit.
No,
not
it's
to
like
do
putting
this.
the animal to sleep after it bites you because you made it ride a tricycle.
He's a human being, not an animal. He should know better, no? Okay, people. Denver Nuggets? Yay! Okay, coming up on DBL, IDINA Menzel is sharing why her new album is a love letter to her queer fans. That's coming up next.
On May 22nd, murder suspect Brian Kohberger appeared before Latah County Judge John Judge.
You also have a right of silence. That right is protected under the Idaho and federal constitutions, so you can remain silent throughout these court proceedings, and that can't be held against you in any way.
In the courtroom, Kohberger was formally charged with the murders of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. This was the first time Judge Judge has been involved, leading one viewer to ask, was the judge changed unexpectedly on the Moscow murders case? Let's verify. Our sources are Latah County District Court, the Idaho Supreme Court, and the Prosecuting Attorney's Office for Blaine County, Idaho. First of all, yes, there was a change of judges in the case. In his first court appearance back in January, Kohberger appeared before Judge Megan Marshall. She continued to oversee the case up until the grand jury issued its indictment. That's when court documents show Judge Judge took over. The reason for changing judges is due to the way that Idaho courts handle the flow of criminal justice cases. Before the grand jury indictment, the court was preparing for a preliminary hearing to determine if the case should proceed. As the Blaine County prosecutor explains, preliminary hearings are held in the lowest local court and without a jury. In the Moscow murders case, this meant the preliminary hearing was assigned to Judge Marshall in the magistrate court. The Idaho Supreme Court explains that magistrate judges hear less serious criminal matters as well as preliminary hearings. However, once the indictment came through, the preliminary hearing was no longer needed and the trial could proceed. At this point, the case was moved to district court, which Judge John Judge oversees. District court has jurisdiction over criminal cases and also includes a jury. So while there was a judge change, we can verify that no, it was not unexpected and was simply a part of the trial process. If you...
You better move for me. I'm so high, make you move for me. I'm not falling down, because I've been staring down. Baby, I don't care. Move for me. You better move for me, move for me. Stop, it's my moment.
Welcome back. That is new music from IDINA Menzel. The song is called Move, and it's the perfect dance vibe for your summer playlist. Earlier, we were honored to be joined by the Tony Award-winning Broadway diva. Take a look.
Hi, Dina. Welcome to DBL and happy Pride.
Hi, everyone. Happy Pride.
So excited to have you here. So your LGBTQ plus fans are excited about your new album, Drama Queen. Now, did you have them in mind when you were making the album?
I've been in London many times for work, and when I go there, I usually show up at a club. It's called Heaven. It's part of the GAY circuit, and I show up around 1 in the morning, and I do a little gig, and I have the best time. It's like packed with thousands of sweaty, beautiful people, and we're laughing and we're crying together, and they're packed up against the stage. I could practically stage dive. So I just had the best time. So when I was thinking about what do I want to do for our next album, you know, I don't want to worry about what's expected of me, and I just want to do music I love, but what could support a big voice, you know, so I could really sing and sing big melodies. And I thought like disco dance music was great. I mean, Donna Summer, Barbara Streisand had a couple of days. Then Cher came back around to dance. So that's kind of my thinking.
So you brought your 13-year-old son Walker with you to a recent Pride event where you performed. So why was it important for you to share that experience with him?
First of all, he needs to see his mommy bring the house down.
Yeah.
He's 13, and he could give a, you know, he doesn't care what the hell I've been doing. So I need him to see like cool mom, you know, like a lot of people think I'm cool, honey. But also awesome. I just want him to be, I just want him to be a part of it and be a part of the celebration. He's, you know, he's got many friends and family who are part of the community, and I knew he'd want to be there.
What's the biggest difference between singing your dance music live and being on a Broadway stage?
They're kind of very similar to me. Live performance is similar, period. It fills me with something that is hard for me to explain, but I feel like I'm transported on a good day. On a bad day, I'm filled with lots of noise in my head and, you know, a saboteur that's saying, you know, you're a fraud. But let's stay on the positive.
I feel you are speaking my language. I was talking with Kami. I did a show last night, and we were just saying, like, you have to fight that voice that's in your head. Like, you don't deserve to be here. They're all going to figure out you're terrible after the show.
Imposter
And
syndrome.
I was telling my friend, you have to think about, like, what a crazy narcissist with a fraction of your talent would say. Like, I'm awesome. And take a little bit of their personality and apply it. Because artists, we always are like, that was terrible. And, you know, I have trouble releasing albums because I'm always, I could do that a little bit better. So I really appreciate what you're saying.
Yes, and you know, and then add to it being told you're a role model to young people. Because your characters, Elphaba and Elsa, who are all about embracing who they are and allowing this incredible power to come out. And then you're, you know, a 50-year-old woman and like you don't feel like getting out of bed once. And then you have to go sing Defying Gravity and let it go. So the dichotomy of that, the hypocrisy of that is something that I contend with, but I also look at it as a gift because this way it's not me always being the role model. It's sort of having, you know, looking at a sea of kids in blue dresses sometimes and reminding myself, you know, what I need to do.
I want to ask you about this. I have to. I'm a Jew. I got to ask you this. After starring in Uncut Gems with Adam Sandler, you're teaming back up with him for this new movie. Are you ready? It's called You're So Not Invited to My Bat Mitzvah.
You're going to love it.
I can't wait. Tell us about the movie. What's the best part also about working with Adam?
Working with Adam, you'll find that no matter who you speak to about Adam Sandler, they all say the same thing, that he's just the most generous, loving, person to work with. He makes everyone around him feel like $1 million.
Idina, thank you so much. Congratulations. DBL Nation, her new album, Drama Queen, will be out August 18th.
Oh, look at the cover.
Great cover.
Thank you for your honesty.
Yeah, you're great.
It's refreshing. We've talked to you forever.
I know. We'll be right back.
Love
Thank
you
you so
guys.
much. We love you.
Former President Donald Trump has been indicted on 37 counts related to mishandling classified documents after he left office. Court records reveal FBI agents took 11 sets of classified records from former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate during a search on August 8th. In an August 12th post on Truth Social, a social media platform he founded, Trump claimed that the documents were all declassified. The former president's comments prompted several of our viewers, including Beverly and Carol, to ask, can the president declassify documents? So let's verify. Our sources are the U.S. Constitution, Executive Order 13526, Cal McClanahan, Executive Director of the National Security Counselors, a nonprofit public interest law firm, and Richard Immerman, professor and historian at Temple University. According to our sources, a president does have the authority to declassify documents while they're in office, but it isn't a formal process. Let me walk you through the levels of classification in the U.S. government and when presidents can and cannot exercise their power to declassify government records. The 3 levels of classification in the U.S. government are confidential, secret, and top secret. National security expert Kel McClanahan says the classification assigned to a document dictates
the level of damage that its release would cause to the national security of the United States.
According to the National Archives, a select group of government officials have classification authority, including the president, vice president, and agency heads. But let's focus on the president. The Supreme Court ruled the president's power over classified information comes from executive authority granted by the Constitution. A sitting U.S. president has wide-ranging authority to classify and declassify certain documents, but a former president does not. To classify a document, a sitting president has to make a plausible argument that it's related to national security, according to McClanahan. But he says there isn't the same requirement for declassifying documents.
He doesn't have to give any reason for declassifying it. He can just say, I decide that this should be declassified, and it's declassified.
According to our sources, there isn't a formal protocol the president has to follow in order to declassify government information. But historian Richard Immerman says there is an informal one that presidents generally follow. First, the president consults all departments and agencies that have an interest in a classified document. They provide an assessment as to whether the document should stay classified for national security reasons, and if there's a dispute among the agencies, they debate it. But ultimately, it's the president that makes the decision on declassification. So we can verify, yes, a president can declassify documents, but there isn't a set protocol that they have to follow. So what about the documents found at Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate? Well, there are other federal laws that bar a former president from taking government documents, regardless of whether or not they were declassified. With your Verify, I'm Ariane Till. Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
We love sharing your comments. This is from Kimberly about the NBA Finals tonight.
All right.
Kimberly says, as much as I want the Nuggets to win it all, I'd love to see Miami make it interesting tonight. Boo.
Why are you leading the crowd like that? Let people make their own decisions.
Okay, how does everyone feel?
Yeah.
You don't think Miami's an inspiring story?
I do, but I want the Nuggets to do it. Come on, the Joker. Is that right?
Yes.
If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online. Watch on YouTube, dailyblastlive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what is ahead. We're talking with a grandma who went viral on TikTok for her takes on dating. And we've got the highlights from Broadway's biggest night at the Tony Awards. It's good, it's big, and you gotta stay tuned for it all.
Spending the day outside during the summer means arming yourself with citronella candles and lots of bug spray to fend off the mosquitoes. But is there a better way to keep those bloodsuckers away? This Instagram video with nearly 500,000 views claims that bubbles will do the trick. But is that true? Let's verify. Our sources are the Cleveland Clinic, Terminex, and Dr. Floyd Shockley, an entomologist at the National Museum of Natural History. Shockley says,
there's no particular reason why bubbles of any kind would have a particular impact on mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes find humans through the carbon dioxide we emit and our natural body odors. And some people are just more attractive to mosquitoes. Shockley says that doesn't change just because there's something else with a different smell nearby, like soapy bubble solution. In fact, according to the Cleveland Clinic, the floral scents common in soaps used to make bubbles actually attract mosquitoes. So we can verify, no, bubbles do not repel mosquitoes. But if we look back at that viral video, there is something that could help keep the mosquitoes away. The bubble machine. But it's not because of the bubbles. It's the fan.
Mosquitoes don't like flying in wind. They're not very good at it. And so that has been shown to sometimes reduce the number of mosquitoes in a particular area.
Terminex, a pest control company, says fans can disperse carbon dioxide and odors that mosquitoes use to locate you. With your Verify, I'm Adiante Till.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No.
Nope.
Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
At least I didn't fake it, I guess I didn't make it. Get ready for me, love, cause I'm a comer. I simply gotta march my heart to drum. I know, nobody, oh nobody is gonna rain on me.
Welcome to Daily Blast Live. I'm Tori. I'm in for Sam. That was Leah Michelle performing Don't Rain on My Parade at last night's Tony Awards. If you didn't know, I'm somewhat of a musical theater person. Ariana DeBose hosted the event again, but this year the show was unscripted because the writers are still on strike. Despite the hurdle, there were lots of memorable moments, including a historic moment when Alex Newell and Jay Harrison Gee became the first non-binary performers to win acting Tony Awards. Here's what Alex said.
This my entire life. I should not be up here as a queer, non-binary, fat, black little baby from Massachusetts. And to anyone that thinks that they can't do it, I'm going to look you dead in your face that you can do anything you put your mind to.
And again, I want to get their name right. It was Alex Newell. I wanted to make sure that is correct. What did you guys think of that brilliant speech?
I mean, it's always so inspirational when you see someone who has worked their entire lives to get to this point and we get to see their moment. And it's even more inspirational when they are the first to be it so others can see it. And that was an example of what that was last night.
Do you know how scary it is if you can't see it? You told Eric, you say the phrase.
No, we'll leave it there.
The phrase that Eric is so good at saying, if you
know, when I first saw that,
see it, you can be it.
Right.
Yes, when I first saw that clip, I thought so much about you, and some of this is also on us as a people in general, because we make this mistake every single year. Every single year, like American Idol, there'll be some skinny guy that's got this huge voice. It doesn't matter what the person looks like. There's just sometimes it's just inside of people, this talent that is coming out. And we keep going, well, they have to look like this. The talent inside of you doesn't know or care what you look like. And when we start to open up our field of vision to figure out that, like, we just want to see the best at what they do out there. I don't care what you look like. It's going to open up a whole new world. But we're going to find so many other people that feel like, well, I look like this, so I can't be the best gospel singer. Don't get out there. Let's see what you got. I want it to be based on talent, and we just saw some right there.
There's amazing talent in that.
I think Erica said it. Yeah. I think we were done after that.
I did want to get to this. It's going viral. It's actress Danae Benton. She gave a little speech, and there has a moment that went very viral. I wondered if we could quickly play that.
And while I am certain that the current governor of my home state of Florida will be changing.
I just wanted to get people's thoughts on that.
Yeah, Jeff.
I could dive in, I guess. Here's my thing. It's Monday. I want to get to the Sean Hayes clip, too, because I'm very happy with him. Here's what I don't like about that comment. When you say a comment like that, you could say, I don't like people's politics, or I don't like what they represent. But to say Grand Wizard or to call someone Hitler, we're going too far. It's just too far. No matter what you think of the man, he's not a grand wizard. Horrific things happen to people from that organization, to black people. Hitler killed thousands of people in a horrific way. So to compare people to these monsters throughout our history is not a fair comparison. If I won an award and I said Joe Biden's a pedophile because he has a video about his popcorn clip with his hairy legs, it's going to an extreme that you shouldn't go to. And these labels that we put on people these days are very harming. They're very damaging to a person's personality. And I understand how people feel about Ron DeSantis, and there's an argument the other way. But we have to reel it in when we go through these historic names like Hitler and comparing someone to that.
Here's the issue, though, Jeff. Hitler wasn't born Hitler. Grandmasters weren't born grandmasters. The KKK gained so much steam and were effective at their oppression and dissemination of a race at certain points because no one said anything, and they didn't say anything early. So when we have these moments where people are very boldly and bravely taking to a stance to say, if we don't know our history and we don't know the fact that these organizations didn't rise to power out of nowhere. You know, it didn't happen overnight. It happened because people felt like it was uncomfortable to speak out. They were fearful of speaking out. So these are moments of protest and they're moments of resistance, and that's what we're seeing. So I understand at this juncture, DeSantis is not a grand wizard.
How many people did DeSantis murder? How many people?
Jeff, I think the point that I'm making...
I'm getting your point, but I'm saying I think we're taking it too far.
Because right now, DeSantis is responsible for a lot of legislation in order to contribute to the erasure of LGBTQIA+ people. That is dangerous. It's as dangerous as any historical erasure or dissemination of a people in any context.
And I get what you're saying, and so is this conversation for me, to be quite frank with you. I'm just making the comparison that he didn't murder anybody. When you bring LGBTQ in the black community, it looks like I'm trying to defend a racist. That's not what I'm doing here. I'm trying to say when people use an example of a horrific thing that happened in history, that's not what DeSantis is. I'm not defending DeSantis. I don't care what people think about him. I'm saying he is not that person. He is not that person throughout history. And I think it's an easy applaud when you go up there and you label someone that, because everyone in the room might feel the same way, but it's very damaging to people.
Let me jump in, because I'm listening to you guys talk, and I appreciate being able to hear two friends have different opinions about a very touchy subject. I think my issue with that statement is just that here we are talking about Ron DeSantis when we should be celebrating this incredible moment. And I always ask myself, when it comes to these politicians, a lot of them are actors and don't believe a word or live a word of what they say. Do they get every second of our lives? Like, do we always have to talk about these every second, though, Tori?
She had a spotlight for a minute, and she decided to use that so that we're having this conversation.
I get that. I get that. But it's like, I don't know. I just feel like it's sometimes there's a lot of people that she works with and she loved, and a lot of great moments and anecdotes, and people that drove her to play practice, and people that stayed up all night going over lines, and they have a space in her life, too. And what it's going to do is it's going to trend, and Ron DeSantis will have a tweet, and it's going to be back in this disgusting spiral where we have to listen to this venom being spewed all over the place instead of hearing an incredible speech from these incredibly talented people that have to talk about these fake human beings. Your politicians are not real people in any way.
But Al, they're making real laws, and those real laws affect real people.
Yes,
and there's suicides attached.
But let's get to why that's happening, and it's not just them. It's gerrymandering. There's a reason that the things that they're peddling are wildly unpopular, but they still pass because the way our country is set up, Wyoming can cancel out California. So I don't want to hear anything about like, well, half the country. It's not even close. But because we're cutting up our country, these little fiefdoms, it looks like, oh, Lauren Boebert, who's anti-premarital sex at a 36-year-old grandmother, she gets to have a lot to say. We have to talk about her instead of these incredibly talented people. I'm so tired of these corny people.
And I'm with you, and I appreciate you saying that.
I just want to hear from her and not talk about DeSantis for 1 minute, But I get what she's saying, and I applaud her using her platform to do that. So I don't want that to be lost.
Yeah.
I think it's a great discussion, and then very fair.
Sorry to get in a gerrymandering. You see what y'all did?
But I think some of your frustration now is kind of like mine. It's gotten to a level where it's out of control now. Right. And if you try to defend one side or the other, I come off as racist and homophobic.
I don't think you did.
Because I'm trying to defend someone who doesn't need to be defended. I'm not for DeSantis or this situation. I'm just saying the labels that we put on people now, stick with them. And it's very harmful, right? And I'm speaking from from someone that has a label on them.
Right, but Jeff, I think that that's a false equivalency to I understand where you're coming from and how it is personal to you.
Yes.
But it's a very false equivalency for someone who is actively trying to remove labels in terms of identity from people to be labeled. That's an energy thing. That's whatever you do will be done onto you.
True.
And I think that having someone use one of their biggest moments is a very selfless thing, actually, because let me tell you, it is not really that fun when there's like backlash coming at you because you made a decision to stand up for the oppressed. You made a decision to use your platform, not for yourself, but for everyone that you can benefit. That is not like, you know, it's not a vacation. So anytime someone's strong enough to do that and feels emboldened enough to do that for the greater good of a demographic that is completely marginalized and attempted to be erased, I'm going to applaud that because I understand how difficult that is.
Yeah.
So as opposed to like thinking about it as the moment and the labeling, I think it's almost like we're casting too broad of a net on labeling in general. There are some people who deserve and need to be labeled because they have an effect on our entire country. So
yeah, I hear. I
now
think
you're out of it.
we could keep going in circles. I just think, again, to label someone Hitler or Grandmaster, those are horrific things. And to think that your situation in 2023 is what people went through 150 years ago is I don't know. You tell me. Do you think it's the same thing?
It's yet. And now we have people who are speaking out. We have people who are marching in the streets. We have people who are actively protesting. We have the ability to understand that because we know our history, we're able to do something not to repeat it. And a part of that is getting very comfortable with being uncomfortable. And that is not easy to do.
That's the best part about our show. Great conversation. Sean Hayes, this is a little palate cleanser, can also add Tony Award winner to his resume. The former Will and Grace star won for lead actor in a play for his role in Goodnight Oscar. During his acceptance speech, he showed his hubby some love. Take a look.
Oh my God, this has got to be the first time an Oscar won a Tony. But I want to thank, I'm shaking. I can't believe this is so surreal. First of all, my husband, Scotty, it's Scotty, right? Yeah. I never can get it right. You are my purpose every single day of my life.
Isn't that so cute? You knew about Scotty beforehand, right?
Well, I watch Smartless, or I listen to the podcast, and I love it. And he always mentions Scotty. So it's, if you don't know, it's Sean Hayes, Will Arnett, and Jason Bateman. Hilarious podcast. But he's also like, hey, Scotty, guess who's on? So like when they have someone come on, he's like, oh my God, Scotty's got to see this. So it's nice to put a face to the name. And I've been a fan of Sean Hayes for so long.
And see, I know Smartless now because it's on Netflix too.
Yeah, it is on Netflix.
Really blowing up.
HBO.
Yeah, I'm that black and white thing.
Yes,
Yeah, it's really blowing up. Smartless. Okay, I'll check it out. Coming up on DBL, a grandma who went viral for her dating advice will be here live with her granddaughter to talk all about how they started a podcast together that tackles the generational differences in relationships. Woo! Our viewers are talking about DBL. Yes!
I like that.
Leaves me speechless. I'm like blushing. Thank you, thank you.
That's emotional.
Do I want to sit there and watch them? Yes, I do.
Yeah,
no, it was.
Why don't you do some more impressions?
Do more. What are you?
So, Tori, we didn't get to your Tony's fandom. What's your favorite part of the night? Is it
The performances. And if you don't know the Leah Michele, what you just saw, Don't Rain on My Parade, it's like one of the hardest musical songs to ever sing in life. I think it's written by Stephen Sondheim, I'm not sure. But the only person who could ever do it in this world was Barbra Streisand. And her big moment is her going like this, parade! And you see her face, and she's got the winged eyeliner, and it's very Barbra, right? Leah Michele has born trying to be Barbra Streisand, and has said that over and over again. She wanted this role so bad. Everyone didn't want her to be good because people don't really like Leah Michele. She turns out to be like amazing. So when she did that shot and went parade, and they shot over, it looked like Barbra. Like the mouth, the eyes, it sort of gave you the goosebumps that you would never think anyone else could do on that song. Unfortunately, Beanie Feldstein, who is Jonah Hill's sister, she took the role at first. And she was like, don't rain on my parade. And everyone's like, and then like the show, and then like Leah Michelle's like, I can do it, I can do it. I've been practicing for all this time.
Right.
And she came in, and the New York Times review guy was like, I don't want to like her. I sat there, I was like, it's gonna stink. The words, when she opened mouth, breathtaking.
Why don't people want to like her?
Because she's not quite nice on set, it turns out. There was a lot of stuff on Glee where she was allegedly a real jerk.
I think we covered that a couple years ago.
Yeah, she said things like, I'll do things to your wig, to some I mean, she was nasty. Welcome back to DBL. The saying goes, mother knows best, right, Mom? But what about grandmothers? Since she can remember, Kim has always turned to her grandma for advice on everything from fashion to dating, and the advice was just too good to keep within the family. So the two created their own podcast. Here to show us that Grandma Knows Best, please welcome to the show the hosts of Excuse My Grandma podcast, Kim Merstein and Grandma Gail.
All right, let's jump right in here. So, Kim, most people around your age avoid sharing any kind of dating news with their family, but you tell your grandmother everything. So when did you realize her advice should be shared with the world?
You know what, that's a really good point. And I think sometimes it is easier to skip a generation and kind of talk to a grandparent versus a parent. But now I'm trying to spread the message of being able to talk to any family member about this kind of stuff. And I think honestly, I didn't really have a choice my whole life. She would ask me all of the questions and want to know everything. So I think on her part, just being really inquisitive about my life and her other grandchildren's lives as well is what forced us to be so close. But yeah, it really started mostly during the pandemic when I decided to move in with her and my grandfather in Florida and out of New York City just to spend some time down there. I was going on dates and I really needed her advice then more than ever.
That's amazing.
I love this so much. Okay, so Grandma Gail, I know you're normally the advice giver, but what have you learned from Kim?
Well, I've learned from Kim that dating in 2023 is not much fun. That's the major thing. You know, they're afraid of commitment. They're afraid of making mistakes, which we didn't do. We just got married, and if mistakes happened, we got divorced. But this generation is much different. And I've learned a lot of stuff for the better. I mean, I now know about dating apps and stuff like, you know, those situations which certainly weren't around when I was dating. And for the most part, they're very sophisticated, smart young people, and they are much more aware of dating and the situations than I was in the 60s and the 50s.
Well, I want to follow up on what you just said because you have this unique perspective. What would you say, you know, the biggest difference between people that have dating apps available to them now as opposed to when you were dating? Like, do you think it's more advantageous to just kind of go in there and figure it out? Or do you kind of want to know a list of things about that person before you start dating them?
To be very truthful, Kimmy knows that I don't like dating apps. To me, if I had a choice, I would like her to meet somebody that either her friends knew or family picked up, somewhere where we knew the background and we knew where the man was coming from. But that's very hard to do today because, you know, in many cases, they're not in the same cities. They don't have as much resources to find young people. And we also got married really right out of college or high school where we had a closed community that was already in place. Now, you're in the workforce and it's very, very different. So I do see where the difference is. I don't love it, but Kim swears that they're all vetted now. So there are no mass killers on the websites.
Well, personally, I do go out from a dating app. I try to make sure I have at least one mutual friend with the person.
Smart.
So I'll look social media and kind of cross-check that. But I think it's all just an avenue. I wouldn't only do dating apps. I wouldn't only do family fix-ups. I wouldn't only go out with someone I met at a bar at 2 a.m. I feel like you kind of need a mix of everything.
Nice mix. All right, Kim, I want to stay with you here. Your grandma's advice has become extremely popular on TikTok, and she clearly gives good guidance despite how different things are nowadays. So what is the best piece of advice and the worst she's given you?
Yeah, so we're looking at some of the rules now, your audience, and I think rule number 5, I probably agree with the most, which is don't chase a guy unless you need to get those steps in. I think the guy should really come to you. You don't want to run after someone. Same kind of thing is like you always want the guy to like you a little more than you like them. Similar messaging there that I know a lot of people grew up with. But yeah, I think the worst advice she's probably given me, she likes to give people a lot of chances. So she would say go on 10 dates with someone before you make a decision whether you like them or not. I would probably say after 2 or 3, you get a pretty good idea of whether there's any type of connection.
And I don't agree with that. I still don't agree with that. I don't think you know the person after 2 or 3 dates. And I think that's the problem with the generation today. They're not giving somebody a chance. And they need to delve a little more deeply into the soul of their date and really understand where they're coming from. And 2 or 3 dates, you barely know their name. So or where they went to school or where their family came from. So I think they should be a little more patient. It's much more, the impatience in the dating is something I don't quite understand.
But Grandma Gail, we have no attention span. You know what I mean? That's what's happening. DBL Nation, right, exactly. I know. She's like, I gotcha. Check out Kim and Grandma Gail's podcast, Excuse My Grandma, and to learn more, we want you to go to their Instagram or TikTok at Excuse My Grandma. Ladies, this is fantastic.
You guys are great.
We love it, the idea of it. Continue on. Thank you so much for all of the time. We'll be right back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
On May 22nd, murder suspect Brian Kohberger appeared before Latah County Judge John Judge.
You also have a right of silence. That right is protected under the Idaho and federal constitutions, so you can remain silent throughout these court proceedings, and that can't be held against you in any way.
In the courtroom, Kohberger was formally charged with the murders of Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. This was the first time Judge Judge has been involved, leading one viewer to ask, was the judge changed unexpectedly on the Moscow murders case? Let's verify. Our sources are Latah County District Court, the Idaho Supreme Court, and the Prosecuting Attorney's Office for Blaine County, Idaho. First of all, yes, there was a change of judges in the case. In his first court appearance back in January, Kohberger appeared before Judge Megan Marshall. She continued to oversee the case up until the grand jury issued its indictment. That's when court documents show Judge Judge took over. The reason for changing judges is due to the way that Idaho courts handle the flow of criminal justice cases. Before the grand jury indictment, the court was preparing for a preliminary hearing to determine if the case should proceed. As the Blaine County prosecutor explains, preliminary hearings are held in the lowest local court and without a jury. In the Moscow murders case, this meant the preliminary hearing was assigned to Judge Marshall in the magistrate court. The Idaho Supreme Court explains that magistrate judges hear less serious criminal matters as well as preliminary hearings. However, once the indictment came through, the preliminary hearing was no longer needed and the trial could proceed. At this point, the case was moved to district court, which Judge John Judge oversees. District court has jurisdiction over criminal cases and also includes a jury. So while there was a judge change, we can verify that no, it was not unexpected and was simply a part of the trial process.
Welcome back. As wildfire smoke blankets the United States, you may be wondering, should I exercise outside in these conditions? It's time for some joint and muscle support brought to you by Omega XL. So to find out what air quality range is safe for exercise, check the air quality index where you live. If the air quality is in the orange range, you got to make some modifications. Assuming the air quality is no worse than orange, an outdoor workout of about 30 minutes is reasonable. But if you feel any discomfort, take it inside. Next, avoid exercising before dawn or late at night. And lastly, lastly, if air pollution is at an orange level or higher, carry any medications you may need and take more breaks. Omega XL has improved the lives of millions of consumers, supported by 30 years of clinical research. Omega XL's powerful and proven benefits have transformed the lives of athletes, celebrities, and dedicated daily users. So call 1-800-813-6801 or visit omegaxl.com for more information. We'll be right back.
Former President Donald Trump has been indicted on 37 counts related to mishandling classified documents after he left office. Court records reveal FBI agents took 11 sets of classified records from former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate during a search on August 8th. In an August 12th post on Truth Social, a social media platform he founded, Trump claimed that the documents were all declassified. The former president's comments prompted several of our viewers, including Beverly and Carol, to ask, can the president declassify documents? So let's verify. Our sources are the U.S. Constitution, Executive Order 13526, Kel McClanahan, Executive Director of the National Security Counselors, a nonprofit public interest law firm, and Richard Immerman, professor and historian at Temple University. According to our sources, a president does have the authority to declassify documents while they're in office, but it isn't a formal process. Let me walk you through the levels of classification in the U.S. government and when presidents can and cannot exercise their power to declassify government records. The 3 levels of classification in the U.S. government are confidential, secret, and top secret. National security expert Kel McClanahan says the classification assigned to a document dictates
the level of damage that its release would cause to the national security of the United States.
According to the National Archives, a select group of government officials have classification authority, including the president, vice president, and agency heads. But let's focus on the president. The Supreme Court ruled the president's power over classified information comes from executive authority granted by the Constitution. A sitting U.S. president has wide-ranging authority to classify and declassify certain documents, but a former president does not. To classify a document, a sitting president has to make a plausible argument that it's related to national security, according to McClanahan. But he says there isn't the same requirement for declassifying documents.
He doesn't have to give any reason for declassifying it. He can just say, I decide that this should be declassified, and it's declassified.
According to our sources, there isn't a formal protocol the president has to follow in order to declassify government information. But historian Richard Immerman says there is an informal one that presidents generally follow. First, the president consults all departments and agencies that have an interest in a classified document. They provide an assessment as to whether the document should stay classified for national security reasons, and if there's a dispute among the agencies, they debate it. But ultimately, it's the president that makes the decision on declassification. So we can verify, yes, a president can declassify documents, but there isn't a set protocol that they have to follow. So what about the documents found at Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate? Well, there are other federal laws that bar a former president from taking government documents, regardless of whether or not they were declassified. With your Verify, I'm Ariane Till. Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Before we go, we want to give a big DBL shout out to Rob Reel, our city cam operator. Happy birthday, Rob! We'll see you guys. DBL's new every day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
Have either of you ridden horseback on a beach? That is a huge bucket list for me.
I feel like a huge hospital bill for you.
You are literally a Ken doll.
Wow.
His life. No,
Thank
it's a
you.
compliment. Do I look relaxed? Yeah. It's moving. Sorry, we have a spider. Chris, it's moving. Can we just...
Y'all, seriously.
Sorry. Okay, let's get right to it.
I can't take this anymore.
Talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
Amy Schumer calls out celebrities who lie about being on Ozempic. Like, shut the up. Plus, Kristin Davis looks back on getting ridiculed for getting facial fillers. Crazy sports videos, from a pro golfer getting tackled by security to Conor McGregor's skit with a mascot going very wrong. IDINA MENZEL tells us all about unleashing her inner disco diva.
He needs to see his mommy bring the house down.
Yeah. And we've got all the highlights from Broadway's biggest night.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No.
No.
Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. I am Tori. I'm in for Sam. Hello to you all,
Hey,
and to you all, and to you guys in the studio. Hey.
All right.
Is Sam back yet?
No. She's coming back tomorrow, don't you worry. Everyone is talking about a new class of weight loss drugs like Ozempic or Wegovy, but if you take one of these drugs for weight loss, should you have to tell the truth about how you're losing the weight? What if you're a celebrity and you have people looking up to you? That is the question we're asking after Amy Schumer blasted stars who lie about their new skinny figures. Here's what she said to Andy on Andy Cohen's Watch What Happens Live.
Yeah. And now everybody lying. Everyone's like, a smaller portion. Like, shut the up.
Right.
You're on Ozempic or one of those things.
Or Wegovy or whatever.
Yeah, or you got work done. Like, just stop. Like a year ago, I tried it.
Okay.
You know, it's like, you know, you try it. And I was one of the people that felt like so sick and like couldn't like play with my son. I was so skinny and I was just like he was throwing a ball at me and it was just, and you're like, okay, this isn't livable for me.
Okay, so here's the question I'm going to pose to you. Should stars be honest about taking weight loss drugs or not? I want you to go to dblvote.com to weigh in on this topic. Meanwhile, I'm going to throw it to you guys. I think you should be, only because in this age of transparency, teenagers are living with anorexia, bulimia, and suicide at such an unbelievable rate. There's no con to coming out and saying, yes, I am.
I would argue there's a con. What do you think, Erica? I'll get in, but yeah, I'm curious.
No, I've thought about this a lot because when I used to do fitness competitions, I used to be very transparent about my journey because one, I was so miserable. I just wanted to share it with other people.
Honestly,
So people would be like, some people would be like, oh, this is, inspirational. I'm going to try this. Other people were like, we don't need to know. Like, basically, don't tell us so much. And I honestly was kind of transparent about it too because I knew I wasn't going to look like that forever. Which is the same case with a lot of people who are taking these drugs. They're not going to look like this forever. I think where the lines get blurred is when you have a particular brand and then all of a sudden your brand is about health and fitness, but a part of that is because you're on these drugs. That's when I think when you're talking about a con or not being forthcoming, that's when I think it becomes problematic.
I agree with it. You were shaking your head, yes?
Yeah, I agree with that. If you're documenting your journey, you should be forthright. Is that the right word?
Yeah, good job.
It's Monday. Yeah, you should be forthright. I would totally be honest. Like, this is what I'm doing, and this is why I'm doing it, and this is the results, right? I want to help other people if it works for me. But I don't think you need to necessarily tell people. If you're an actress, again, sorry, my earpiece. If you're an actress and you're just getting in shape for a role or something, and it's like, I don't need to tell you everything. But if you are doing that purposely, that's what your Instagram's about, you should be honest about it.
I agree. Al, you disagree?
I disagree. Just on its surface, I totally understand what you're saying. And I think knowing all three of you guys talking to you every day for 6 years, I honestly believe that's what you guys would do. But what if your agent said, hey, Erica, ixnay on saying stuff about having cool sculpting or anything done that they feel like maybe the average fan wouldn't get, or, you know, might affect a branding deal that they have lined up for you? Then I think that's where the question comes in. Are you a celebrity that wants to be transparent with your followers, but at the same time, if it's not really hurting them and it's going to maybe cost you, you know, a branding deal with Gold's Gym or something, then when money's on the table, are you going to be transparent? And I don't know if it's fair to ask somebody to turn down money to be transparent and get zero money for that.
Which I hear, but let's hear from our chat. Keith just wrote in, if you idolize someone, it's important for you in your own journey and self-esteem to know they are still human and results are attainable. And sometimes with Ozempic, that's not attainable unless you tell them, I'm getting this extra help. So I see your point, because it could be money out of your pocket.
Well, yeah, but to your point earlier, that's money out of your pocket that you're willing to profit off a con. I mean, now you're saying, okay, don't say that you're using this product because we have this deal lined up for you that's going to pay you for not saying how you look the way that you look.
Yeah, that's
so
fishy.
now it becomes a moral, you know, a moral compass issue. Like, all right, am I going to say, yes, I got in shape by going to whatever gym every single day, or are you going to say, hey, this is how I lost the weight and this is how I'm toning my body. This is how I'm continuing to keep up these results.
I'd say the first part, then cash a check.
You're the worst. Let us see what the results
That's
are.
what I would do.
82% of you say yes, so an overwhelming majority say yes, you should. Interesting. On a related note, Kristin Davis, you know Charlotte, she's opening up about her own efforts to look younger for the cameras. Now, in an interview with The Telegraph, Kristin said she's done fillers and it's been both good and bad, saying she had to get them dissolved and said she was ridiculed relentlessly for them. Kristin went on to say, quote, I have shed tears about it. It's very stressful. You're trusting doctors, but people personally blame us when it goes wrong, as if I jabbed a needle in my face. Kristin said that when she had some work done on her lips, no one told her that she didn't look good for the longest time, until eventually a good friend decided to be frank with her. So would you tell a friend they look ridiculous?
Yes.
I believe so, yes.
Jeff?
A great friend, a really good friend.
Top tier friend.
Absolutely.
And
yes, I would.
Okay, good.
Otherwise, if it was an acquaintance, I don't know if it's my place, especially in today's society, to do that, right? As a friend, I would hope you did that to me, even if it was my acquaintance. But to say that to especially a woman, I'm going to say that? No. Hey, you look great.
And that's where we are, Jeff. It's funny, but it's also like I'm sitting next to somebody who has pulled me aside throughout these 6 years and been like, hey, you need to fix that, or that didn't come off great, or maybe you should call them and tell them this is what you meant. Because a lot of people, the person that you're telling that to, you have to be absolutely sure that they are capable of taking that in, processing that. It's not a personal attack, but really a thing to help them and move forward. And a lot of people aren't there yet. Yeah. And it doesn't mean, there were times in my life I wasn't there yet. But you also, even if it is a close friend, you need to make sure that they are in a position where they can receive that, because it can forever alter the friendship. But if you think that they can receive it no matter how bad it is, Tori, you know we joke around, but I tell you, you look wonderful today. I'm not feeling the hair today.
Totally.
But we're brothers. I can say whatever, and vice versa.
And it's also because I think you're such a good girl dad that he's like, let me take a look at you. Hold on, spin, turn. It's so nice that like you give your thoughts and care, because I would give it back to you. You look great in mint, by the way.
Thank you.
But
Shout out Ebony.
Shout out Ebony. But when I got Botox and it spocked, which you look like Dr. Spock, Sam ran right over it. She goes, you look terrible. You got to get a spot here and a spot here, and they'll drop. Thank God for people like that, and I expect all of you to do that for me.
Well, I also think it's hard when it's you. You know, like people always ask, like, well, why didn't they see it? And I think that a part of the reason why people don't see it is a part of the same reason why they get it to begin with. And I think there's like almost like a dysmorphia issue there, where you're not seeing it from, like, you kind of have to be removed a little bit. But ultimately, I didn't know the term spocked until and Jeff has said this before, so I'm not putting him out there.
No, we're friends. You should. Yeah.
Jeff got spocked.
I got spocked, and I thought, hey man, it's just doing its job. You know what I mean? And then until someone pointed out, I'm like, it's a little crazy. And then I had to get the tube, bink, bink, and it came down. But at the time, I was like, dude, let's go for it. You know what I mean? I was like, I thought that's just what it did.
Like, I'm killing it.
I'm working. I'm like 2-2. I just got carded. Yeah.
Oh man, and we're all like, oh my God. All right, coming up on DBL, our interview with IDINA Menzel, the one and only. She's telling us all about her new album that's a major nod to disco. And why did this pro golfer get tackled by security? We're going to talk about it next. Hey DBL Nation, today IDINA Menzel is here to tell us all about her new disco album. Plus, TikTok's 80-year-old dating guru is sharing why there's no such thing as the perfect partner. That's today only on DBL.
Expressive in my when I talk so anyway. It wasn't like as we're talking about Jeff's single spocking. It was just really one.
No, it was both.
It was both.
It was
but
both.
maybe one more than the other.
But you really, the eyebrows, the
because I'm
corners went up.
expressive anyway.
Right.
But that was just like another level. Like they were up here. Remember when I always go back to Seinfeld. Remember when Uncle Leo they drew and they're like, Leo, why are you being so aggressive? And he's like, aggressive? And he had his eyebrows and he wrote his chart. Did you ever see that? It's so funny.
There's also a meme, if you didn't know, of a wife who had a little baby and she drew big eyebrows on it and then surprised the husband and he turns and he like laughs. I know this story doesn't sound good, but it's a good video. I regretted starting this story as soon as I said it. But you know, I'm
Wait,
sorry.
Is that the end of it?
It's almost like you got to see it.
Yeah, I should have not have started that.
You don't subscribe to describing a video that people have never seen.
I'm always like, anytime we have, like, inevitably over the course of years, one of us will tell a story, and it's like, sometimes when you're on television, you gotta show people, like, there's just an aesthetic value to some stories.
It's a visual medium. It's a visual medium.
Is anybody doing anything for the finals tonight?
I'm going to the bar where the guy, I told you guys all this, as soon as the Nuggets, he sits by himself, and every time we score a big point, he goes, what kind of roll? And the whole bar goes, cinnamon!
I don't understand
And we don't know why.
She has been telling that story for weeks. I
Because
feel like I need to go to this bar to
No,
understand.
You're going to go. It's going to be underwhelming. It's going to be 11 people
No,
there.
it's so fun. And someone's like, do you know that guy? I'm like, no. Apparently he's been doing it for years. Don't know why.
Take that coffee.
Welcome back to DBL. Check this out. A pro golfer was tackled by security at the Canadian Open this weekend. Adam Hadwin was running to celebrate a fellow Canadian's big win at the Open, spraying champagne everywhere, when security mistook him for a fan and I didn't see the video. Oh, that was funny. Also, Nick Taylor sunk this amazing 72-foot long putt to win the title. He is the first Canadian to win the country's national title since 1954. That's 69 years. It was also the longest putt of his PGA Tour career. How hard is it to sink a 70-foot long putt?
Jeff, you golf? Oof.
Like,
I mean, percentage-wise, it's less than 5%, I would say, because sometimes they throw it up on the screen, but especially with the pressure of, if I sink this, I win.
And I'm Canadian.
Right? Otherwise, he would have to follow it up, hopefully, with another one. They go to a playoff. But to do that, you're Canadian in your home country, and you drop that putt with the weather, too. It was raining, so the conditions weren't the same. That is like, obviously, he's going to remember that for the rest of his life, and so will the guy who got tackled. Celebrated.
What are your thoughts about the tackling, Erica?
Well, security was doing their job.
I agree with Erica.
But you know that. Well, maybe he should have had a uniform on.
Yeah, and that's why I was. Even if this was me that was tackled, if that was my friend that I was celebrating, I would rather that, and we have some apologies, and maybe I have bruised ribs, because that was like maybe he missed his calling. He looked like a linebacker clearing out the hole there. That was impressive. But I'd rather have that than have somebody say, "Oh, I thought you knew him," and we're doing a way different story today. It's a very difficult situation when it's chaotic. There's no kind of guardrails or anything, and everybody's dressed the same.
Yep.
How do you know like who's there for the right reasons and who's there for others?
He did his job very well, I thought.
Very well.
Very well.
Yes.
Ooh. All right, we've got another viral sports video for you. This is insane. UFC star Conor McGregor took part in a pre-planned skit, meaning this was pre-planned. Good job, Tori. During halftime at the NBA Finals, he was supposed to get into this altercation with the Heat's mascot, Bernie. All right, it was all to promote a pain medication spray. Things did not go quite as planned. Check this out. McGregor punches the mascot, setting him to the floor. Then he punches him again while he was down. You don't do that, but the prank reportedly then sent the mascot straight to the hospital. But not to worry, he is. Did they just drag him out?
Yes.
He is doing okay. Following all the punches, McGregor sprayed Bernie with the pain medication spray. No word if it actually helped with the pain or not. Is this McGregor's fault or not? Now, just so you guys know, he was booed by the crowd previous to this. So in my mind, and maybe Al's mind, you were saying he was kind of worked up and angry and kind of took it out on the mascot. This is assault.
This is ridiculous.
That's assault.
This is ridiculous. Yes, I worked in arena for 4 seasons with the Denver Nuggets, and in-arena entertainment is what we're watching right there.
Right.
And like, if you're going to do something like this is pre-planned. There has to have been a conversation that this was just going to be a skit, that you hold the punch. You don't punch someone like.
Couldn't he be then arrested? I mean, like.
No.
Why?
No, because this was planned. First of all, you don't do tricks with tigers and bears and then ask why you get bitten after. You hire a professional fighter to do this, and he's out there, he's maybe whatever he's going on, he's pumped up. He probably thinks, I'm not going to hurt this guy. I don't think he was going out there trying to hurt him. I think he's a professional fighter. He was going out there doing the best that he can, and it was an accident.
But you don't think
it's not assault?
It doesn't
he got
look
paid
like an
to do
accident
that.
when you lay somebody out and
plus,
then you punch them again.
Plus, the Nuggets are playing for the championship tonight.
Jeff, you know
no one liked that over here? What's up? Yeah.
I'm with you for most of it. You know what it was? It was the second punch. When he's down, that he lines up and he hits him again, and his leg flinches in a way. Because watch that one, his head hits the back.
It's not assault. He got paid for it.
No, he got paid to pull a punch in a pre-planned skit.
No, it's like putting the animal to sleep after it bites you because you made it ride a tricycle.
He's a human being, not an animal. He should know better, no? Okay, people. Denver Nuggets?
Yeah!
Okay, coming up on DBL, IDINA Menzel is sharing why her new album is a love letter to her queer fans. That's coming up next.
On May 22nd, murder suspect Brian Kohberger appeared before Latah County Judge John Judge.
You also have a right of silence. That right is protected under the Idaho and federal constitutions, so you can remain silent throughout these court proceedings, and that can't be held against you in any way.
In the courtroom, Kohberger was formally charged with the murders of Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. This was the first time Judge Judge has been involved, leading one viewer to ask, was the judge changed unexpectedly on the Moscow murders case? Let's verify. Our sources are Latah County District Court, the Idaho Supreme Court, and the Prosecuting Attorney's Office for Blaine County, Idaho. First of all, yes, there was a change of judges in the case. In his first court appearance back in January, Kohberger appeared before Judge Megan Marshall. She continued to oversee the case up until the grand jury issued its indictment. That's when court documents show Judge Judge took over. The reason for changing judges is due to the way that Idaho courts handle the flow of criminal justice cases. Before the grand jury indictment, the court was preparing for a preliminary hearing to determine if the case should proceed. As the Blaine County prosecutor explains, preliminary hearings are held in the lowest local court and without a jury. In the Moscow murders case, this meant the preliminary hearing was assigned to Judge Marshall in the magistrate court. The Idaho Supreme Court explains that magistrate judges hear less serious criminal matters as well as preliminary hearings. However, once the indictment came through, the preliminary hearing was no longer needed and the trial could proceed. At this point, the case was moved to district court, which Judge John Judge oversees. District court has jurisdiction over criminal cases and also includes a jury. So while there was a judge change, we can verify that no, it was not unexpected and was simply a part of the trial process. If you
Welcome back. That is new music from IDINA MENZEL. The song is called Move, and it's the perfect dance vibe for your summer playlist. Earlier, we were honored to be joined by the Tony Award-winning Broadway diva. Take a look. Hi, Dina. Welcome to DBL and happy Pride.
Hi, everyone. Happy Pride.
So excited to have you here. So your LGBTQ plus fans are excited about your new album, Drama Queen. Now, did you have them in mind when you were making the album?
I've been in London many times for work, and when I go there, I usually show up at a club. It's called Heaven. It's part of the GAY circuit, and I show up around 1 in the morning, and I do a little gig, and I have the best time. It's like packed with thousands of sweaty, beautiful people, and we're laughing and we're crying together, and they're packed up against the stage. I can practically stage dive. So I just had the best time. So when I was thinking about what do I want to do for our next album, you know, I don't want to worry about what's expected of me, and I just want to do music I love, but what could support a big voice, you know, so I could really sing and sing big melodies. And I thought like disco, dance music was great. I mean, Donna Summer, Barbara Streisand had a couple of days. Then Cher came back around to dance. So so that's kind of my thinking.
So you brought your 13-year-old son Walker with you to a recent Pride event where you performed. So why was it important for you to share that experience with him?
First of all, he needs to see his mommy bring the house down.
Yeah.
He's 13, and he could give a, you know, he doesn't care what the hell I've been doing. So I need him to see like cool mom, you know, like a lot of people think I'm cool, honey. But also, awesome. I just want him to be, I just want him to be a part of it and be a part of the celebration. He's, you know, he's got many friends and family who are part of the community, and I knew he'd want to be there.
What's the biggest difference between singing your dance music live and being on a Broadway stage?
They're kind of very similar to me. Live performance is similar, period. It fills me with something that is hard for me to explain, but I feel like I'm transported on a good day. On a bad day, I'm filled with lots of noise in my head and, you know, a saboteur that's saying, you know, you're a fraud. But let's stay on the positive.
I feel you are speaking my language. I was talking with Kami. I did a show last night, and we were just saying, like, you have to fight that voice that's in your head. Like, you don't deserve to be here. They're all going to figure out you're terrible after the show.
Imposter syndrome.
And I was telling my friend, you have to think about, like, what a crazy narcissist with a fraction of your talent would say. Like, I'm awesome. And take a little bit of their personality and apply it. Because artists, we always are like, that was terrible. And, you know, I have trouble releasing albums because I'm always, I could do that a little bit better. So I really appreciate what you're saying.
Yes, and you know, and then add to it being told you're a role model to young people. Your characters, Alphabet and Elsa, who are all about embracing who they are and allowing this incredible power to come out. And then you're, you know, 50-year-old woman and like you don't feel like getting out of bed once. And then you have to go sing Defying Gravity and let it go. So the dichotomy of that, the hypocrisy of that is something that I contend with, but I also look at it as a gift because this way it's not me always being the role model. It's sort of having, you know, looking at a sea of kids in blue dresses sometimes and reminding myself, you know, what I need to do.
I want to ask you about this. I have to. I'm a Jew. I got to ask you this. After starring in Uncut Gems with Adam Sandler, you're teaming back up with him him for this new movie. Are you ready? It's called You're So Not Invited to My Bat Mitzvah.
You're gonna love it.
I can't wait. Tell us about the movie. What's the best part also about working with Adam?
Working with Adam, you'll find that no matter who you speak to about Adam Sandler, they all say the same thing, that he's just the most generous, loving person to work with. He makes everyone around him feel like $1 million.
Idina, thank you so much. Congratulations. DBL Nation, her new album, Drama Queen, will be out August 18th.
Oh, look at the cover.
Great cover.
Thank you for your honesty.
Yeah,
and
you're
candor.
great.
It's
Yep.
refreshing. We've talked to you forever.
I know. We'll be right back.
Love
Thank
you
you so
guys.
much. We love you.
Former President Donald Trump has been indicted on 37 counts related to mishandling classified documents after he left office. Court records reveal FBI agents took 11 sets of classified records from former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate during a search on August 8th. In an August 12th post on Truth Social, a social media platform he founded, Trump claimed that the documents were all declassified. The former president's comments prompted several of our viewers, including Beverly and Carol, to ask, can the president declassify documents? So let's verify. Our sources are the U.S. Constitution, Executive Order 13526, Kel McClanahan, Executive Director of the National Security Counselors, a nonprofit public interest law firm, and Richard Immerman, professor and historian at Temple University. According to our sources, a president does have the authority to declassify documents while they're in office, but it isn't a formal process. Let me walk you through the levels of classification in the U.S. government and when presidents can and cannot exercise their power to declassify government records. The 3 levels of classification in the U.S. government are confidential, secret, and top secret. National security expert Kel McClanahan says the classification assigned to a document dictates
the level of damage that its release would cause to the national security of the United States.
According to the National Archives, a select group of government officials have classification authority, including the president, vice president, and agency heads. But let's focus on the president. The Supreme Court ruled the president's power over classified information comes from executive authority granted by the Constitution. A sitting U.S. president has wide-ranging authority to classify and declassify certain documents, but a former president does not. To classify a document, a sitting president has to make a plausible argument that it's related to national security, according to McClanahan. But he says there isn't the same requirement for declassifying documents.
He doesn't have to give any reason for declassifying it. He can just say, I decide that this should be declassified, and it's declassified.
According to our sources, there isn't a formal protocol the president has to follow in order to declassify government information. But historian Richard Immerman says there is an informal one that presidents generally follow. First, the president consults all departments and agencies that have an interest in a classified document. They provide an assessment as to whether the document should stay classified for national security reasons, and if there's a dispute among the agencies, they debate it. But ultimately, it's the president that makes the decision on declassification. So we can verify, yes, a president can declassify documents, but there isn't a set protocol that they have to follow. So what about the documents found at Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate? Well, there are other federal laws that bar a former president from taking government documents, regardless of whether or not they were declassified. With your Verify, I'm Ariane Till. Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
We love sharing your comments. This is from Kimberly about the NBA Finals tonight.
All right.
Kimberly says, as much as I want the Nuggets to win it all, I'd love to see Miami make it interesting tonight. Boo.
Why are you leading the crowd like that? Let people make their own decisions.
Okay, how does everyone feel?
Yeah.
You don't think Miami's an inspiring story?
I do, but I want the Nuggets to do it. Come on, the Joker. Is that right? If
Yes.
you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online. Watch on YouTube, dailyblastlive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what is ahead. We're talking with a grandma who went viral on TikTok for her takes on dating. And we've got the highlights from Broadway's biggest night at the Tony Awards. It's good, it's big, and you gotta stay tuned for it all.
Spending the day outside during the summer means arming yourself with citronella candles and lots of bug spray to fend off the mosquitoes. But is there a better way to keep those bloodsuckers away? This Instagram video, with nearly 500,000 views, claims that bubbles will do the trick. But is that true? Let's verify. Our sources are the Cleveland Clinic, Terminex, and Dr. Floyd Shockley, an entomologist at the National Museum of Natural History. Shockley says,
there's no particular reason why bubbles of any kind would have a particular impact on mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes find humans through the carbon dioxide we emit and our natural body odors. And some people are just more attractive to mosquitoes. Shockley says that doesn't change just because there's something else with a different smell nearby, like soapy bubble solution. In fact, according to the Cleveland Clinic, the floral scents common in soaps used to make bubbles actually attract mosquitoes. So we can verify, no, bubbles do not repel mosquitoes. But if we look back at that viral video, there is something that could help keep the mosquitoes away. The bubble machine. But it's not because of the bubbles. It's the fan.
Mosquitoes don't like flying in wind. They're not very good at it. And so that has been shown to sometimes reduce the number of mosquitoes in a particular area.
Terminex, a pest control company, says fans can disperse carbon dioxide and odors that mosquitoes use to locate you. With your Verify, I'm Adiante Till.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real. No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
At least I didn't fake it, I guess I didn't make it. Get ready for me, love, cause I'm a comer. I simply gotta march my heart to drum. I know, nobody, oh, nobody is gonna rain on me.
Welcome to Daily Blast Live. I'm Tori. I'm in for Sam. That was Lea Michele performing Don't Rain on My Parade at last night's Tony Awards. If you didn't know, I'm somewhat of a musical theater person. Ariana DeBose hosted the event again, but this year the show was unscripted because the writers are still on strike. Despite the hurdle, there were lots of memorable moments, including a historic moment when Alex Newell and J. Harrison Ghee became the first non-binary performers to win acting Tony Awards. Here's what Alex said.
This my entire life. I should not be up here as a queer, non-binary, fat, black little baby from Massachusetts. And to anyone that thinks that they can't do it, I'm going to look you dead in your face that you can do anything you put your mind to.
And again, I want to get their name right. It was Alex Newell. I wanted to make sure that is correct. What did you guys think of that brilliant speech?
I mean, it's always so inspirational when you see someone who has worked their entire lives to get to this point and we get to see their moment. And it's even more inspirational when they are the first to be it so others can see it. And that was an example of what that was last night.
Do you know how scary it is if you can't see it? You told Eric, you say the phrase.
No, let's leave it there.
The phrase that Eric was so good at saying, if you
You know, when I
if you
first
can
saw that,
see it, you can be it.
Right.
Yes, when I first saw that clip, I thought so much about you, and some of this is also on us as a people in general, because we make this mistake every single year. Every single year, like American Idol, there'll be, you know, some skinny guy that's got this huge voice. It doesn't matter what the person looks like. There's just sometimes it's just inside of people, this talent that is coming out. And we keep going, well, they have to look like this. The talent inside of you doesn't know or care what you look like. And when we start to open up our field of vision to figure out that, like, we just want to see the best at what they do out there. I don't care what you look like. It's going to open up a whole new world. But we're going to find so many other people that feel like, well, you know, I look like this, so I can't be the best gospel singer. Don't get out there. Let's see what you got. You know, I want it to be based on talent, and we just saw some right there.
There's amazing talent in that.
I think Erica said it.
Yeah.
I think we were done after that.
I did want to get to this. It's going viral. It's actress Danae Benton. She gave a little speech, and there has a moment that went very viral. I wondered if we could quickly play that.
And while I am certain that the current Grand Wizard, excuse me, governor of my home state of Florida will be changing.
I just wanted to get people's thoughts on that.
Yeah, Jeff.
I could dive in, I guess. Here's my thing. It's Monday. I want to get to the Sean Hayes clip, too, because I'm very happy with him. Here's what I don't like about that comment. When you say a comment like that, you could say, I don't like people's politics, or I don't like what they represent. But to say Grand Wizard or to call someone Hitler, we're going too far. It's just too far. No matter what you think of the man, he's not a grand wizard. Horrific things happen to people from that organization, to black people. Hitler killed thousands of people in a horrific way. So to compare people to these monsters throughout our history is not a fair comparison. If I won an award and I said Joe Biden's a pedophile because he has a video about his popcorn clip with his hairy legs, it's going to an extreme that you shouldn't go to. And these labels that we put on people these days are very harming. They're very damaging to a person's personality. And I understand how people feel about Ron DeSantis, and there's an argument the other way. But we have to reel it in when we go through these historic names like Hitler and compare someone to that.
Here's the issue, though, Jeff. Hitler wasn't born Hitler. Grandmasters weren't born grandmasters. The KKK gained so much steam and were effective at their oppression and dissemination of a race at certain points because no one said anything, and they didn't say anything early. So when we have these moments where people are very boldly and bravely taking to a stance to say, if we don't know our history and we don't know the fact that these organizations didn't rise to power out of nowhere. You know, it didn't happen overnight. It happened because people felt like it was uncomfortable to speak out. They were fearful of speaking out. So these are moments of protest, and they're moments of resistance, and that's what we're seeing. So I understand at this juncture, DeSantis is not a grand wizard.
How many people did DeSantis murder? How many people?
Jeff, I think the point that I'm making...
I'm getting your point, but I'm saying I think we're taking it too far.
Because right now, DeSantis is responsible for a lot of legislation in order to contribute to the erasure of LGBTQIA+ people. That is dangerous. It's as dangerous as any historical erasure or dissemination of a people and in any context.
And I get what you're saying, and so is this conversation for me, to be quite frank with you. I'm just making the comparison that he didn't murder anybody. When you bring LGBTQ in the black community, it looks like I'm trying to defend a racist. That's not what I'm doing here. I'm trying to say when people use an example of a horrific thing that happened in history, that's not what DeSantis is. I'm not defending DeSantis. I don't care what people think about him. I'm saying he is not that person. He is not that person throughout history. And I think it's an easy applaud when you go up there and you label someone that, because everyone in the room might feel the same way, but it's very damaging to people.
Let me jump in, because I'm listening to you guys talk, and I appreciate being able to hear two friends have different opinions about a very touchy subject. I think my issue with that statement is just that here we are talking about Ron DeSantis when we should be celebrating this incredible moment. And I always ask myself, when it comes to these politicians, a lot of them are actors and don't believe a word or live a word of what they say. Do they get every second of our lives? Like, do we always have to talk about these every second, though, Tori?
She had a spotlight for a minute, and she decided to use that so that we're having this conversation.
I get that. But it's like, I don't know. I just feel like it's sometimes there's a lot of people that she works with and she loved, and a lot of great moments and anecdotes, and people that drove her to play practice, and people that stayed up all night going over lines, and they have a space in her life too. And what it's going to do is it's going to trend, and Ron DeSantis will have a tweet, and it's going to be back in this disgusting spiral where we have to listen to this venom being spewed all over the place instead of hearing an incredible speech from these incredibly talented people that have to talk about these fake human beings. Your politicians are not real people in any way.
But Al, they're making real laws, and those real laws affect real people.
Yes,
and there's suicides attached.
But let's get to
people.
why that's happening, and it's not just them. It's gerrymandering. There's a reason that the things that they're peddling are wildly unpopular, but they still pass because the way our country is set up, Wyoming can cancel out California. So I don't want to hear anything about like, well, half the country. It's not even close. But because we're cutting up our country in these little fiefdoms, it looks like, oh, Lauren Boebert, who's anti-premarital sex at a 36-year-old grandmother, she gets to have a lot to say. We have to talk about her instead of these incredibly talented people. I'm so tired of these corny people.
And I'm with you, and I appreciate you saying that.
I just want to hear from her and not talk about DeSantis for 1 minute, you know? But I get what she's saying, and I applaud her using her platform to do that. So I don't want that to be lost.
Yeah.
I think it's a great discussion, and then very fair.
Sorry to get into gerrymandering. You see what y'all did?
But I think some of your frustration now is kind of like mine. It's gotten to a level where it's out of control now. Right. And if you try to defend one side or the other, I come off as racist and homophobic.
I don't think you did.
Because I'm trying to defend someone who doesn't need to be defended. I'm not for DeSantis or this situation. I'm just saying the labels that we put on people now, stick with them. And it's very harmful, right? And I'm speaking from a person, from someone that has a label on them.
Mm-hmm. Right, but Jeff, I think that that's a false equivalency to, I understand where you're coming from and how it is personal to you. Yes. But it's a very false equivalency for someone who is actively trying to remove labels in terms of identity from people to be labeled. That's an energy thing. That's whatever you do will be done onto you. True. And I think that having someone use one of their biggest moments is a very selfless thing, actually, because let me tell you, it is not really that fun when there's like backlash coming at you because you made a decision to stand up for the oppressed. You made a decision to use your platform, not for yourself, but for everyone that you can benefit. That is not like, you know, it's not a vacation. So anytime someone's strong enough to do that and feels emboldened enough to do that for the greater good of a demographic that is completely marginalized and attempted to be erased, I'm going to applaud that because I understand how difficult that is. Yeah. So as opposed to like thinking about it as the moment and the labeling, I think it's almost like we're casting too broad of a net on labeling in general. There are some people who deserve and need to be labeled because they have an effect on our entire country. So
yeah, I hear. I think
we're just,
we could keep going in circles. I just think, again, to label someone Hitler or Grandmaster, those are horrific things. And to think that your situation in 2023 is what people went through 150 years ago is I don't know. You tell me. Do you think it's the same thing?
It's yet. And now we have people who are speaking out. We have people who are marching in the streets. We have people who are actively protesting. We have the ability to understand that because we know our history, we're able to do something not to repeat it. And a part of that is getting very comfortable with being uncomfortable. And that is not easy to do.
That's the best part about our show. Great conversation. Sean Hayes, this is a little palate cleanser, can also add Tony Award winner to his resume. The former Will and Grace star won for lead actor in a play for his role in Goodnight Oscar. During his acceptance speech, he showed his hubby some love. Take a look.
Oh my God, this has got to be the first time an Oscar won a Tony. But I want to thank, I'm shaking. I can't believe this is so surreal. First of all, my husband, Scotty, it's Scotty, right? Yeah. I never can get it right. You are my purpose every single day of my life.
Isn't that so cute? You knew about Scotty beforehand, right?
Well, I watch Smartless, so I listen to the podcast, and I love it. And he always mentions Scotty. So it's, if you don't know it, Sean Hayes, Will Arnett, and Jason Bateman. Hilarious podcast. But he's also like, hey, Scotty, guess who's on? So like when they have someone come on, he's like, oh my God, Scotty's got to see this. So it's nice to put a face to the name. And I've been a fan of Sean Hayes
and
for
see,
so
I know
long.
Smartless now because it's on Netflix too.
Yeah, it is on
it's really blowing up.
HBO.
Yeah, that black and white thing.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
it's really blowing up. Smartless. Okay, I'll check it out. Coming up on DBL, a grandma who went viral for her dating advice will be here live with her granddaughter to talk all about how they started a podcast together that tackles the generational differences in relationships. Ooh. Our viewers are talking about DBL. Yes!
I like that.
Leaves me speechless and like blushing. Thank you, thank you. That's emotional. Do I want to sit there and watch them? Yes, I do.
No, it was. It was.
Why don't you do some more impressions?
Do more. What I do?
So, Tori, we didn't get to your Tony's fandom. What's your favorite part of the night? Is it
The performances. And if you don't know the Lea Michele, what you just saw, don't rain on my parade. It's like one of the hardest musical songs to ever sing in life. I think it's written by Stephen Sondheim, I'm not sure. But the only person who could ever do it in this world was Barbra Streisand. And her big moment is her going like this, parade! And you see her face, and she's got the winged eyeliner, and it's very Barbra, right? Lea Michele has born trying to be Barbra Streisand, and has said that over and over again. She wanted this role so bad. Everyone didn't want her to be good because people don't really like Lea Michele. She turns out to be like amazing. So when she did that shot and went parade, and they shot over, it looked like Barbra. Like the mouth, the eyes, it sort of gave you the goosebumps that you would never think anyone else could do on that song. Unfortunately, Beanie Feldstein, who is Jonah Hill's sister, she took the role at first. And she was like, don't rain on my parade. And everyone was like, and then like the show, and then like Lea Michele's like, I can do it. I've been practicing for all this time. Right. And she came in, and the New York Times review guy was like, I don't want to like her. I sat there, I was like, it's gonna stink. The words, when she opened mouth, breathtaking.
Why don't people want to like her?
Because she's not quite nice on set, it turns out. There was a lot of stuff on Glee where she was allegedly a real jerk.
I think we covered that a couple years ago.
Yeah, she said things like, I'll do things to your wig, to some I mean, she was nasty.
Welcome back to DBL. The saying goes, mother knows best, right, Mom? But what about grandmothers? Since she can remember, Kim has always turned to her grandma for advice on everything from fashion to dating, and the advice was just too good to keep within the family. So the two created their own podcast. Here to show us that Grandma Knows Best, please welcome to the show the host of Excuse My Grandma podcast, Kim Merstein and Grandma Gail.
All right, let's jump right in here. So, Kim, most people around your age avoid sharing any kind of dating news with their family, but you tell your grandmother everything. So when did you realize her advice should be shared with the world?
You know what, that's a really good point. And I think sometimes it is easier to skip a generation and kind of talk to a grandparent versus a parent. But now I'm trying to spread the message of being able to talk to any family member about this kind of stuff. And I think honestly, I didn't really have a choice my whole life. She would ask me all of the questions and want to know everything. So I think on her part, just being really inquisitive about my life and her other grandchildren's lives as well is what forced us to be so close. But yeah, it really started mostly during the pandemic when I decided to move in with her and my grandfather in Florida and out of New York City just to spend some time down there. I was going on dates, and I really needed her advice then more than ever.
That's amazing.
I love this so much. Okay, so Grandma Gail, I know you're normally the advice giver, but what have you learned from Kim?
Well, I've learned from Kim that dating in 2023 is not much fun. That's the major thing. You know, they're afraid of commitment. They're afraid of making mistakes, which we didn't do. We just got married, and if mistakes happened, we got divorced. But this generation is much different. And I've learned a lot of stuff for the better. I mean, I now know about dating apps and stuff like, you know, those situations which certainly weren't around when I was dating. And for the most part, they're very sophisticated, smart young people, and they are much more aware of dating and the situations than I was in the 60s and the 50s.
Well, I want to follow up on what you just said because you have this unique perspective. What would you say, you know, the biggest difference between people that have dating apps available to them now as opposed to when you were dating? Like, do you think it's more advantageous to just kind of go in there and figure it out? Or do you kind of want to know a list of things about that person before you start dating them?
To be very truthful, Kimmy knows that I don't like dating apps. To me, if I had a choice, I would like her to meet somebody that either her friends knew or family picked up, somewhere where we knew the background and we knew where the man was coming from. But that's very hard to do today because, you know, in many cases, they're not in the same cities. They don't have as much resources to find young people. And we also got married really right out of college or high school where we had a closed community that was already in place. Now, you're in the workforce and it's very, very different. So I do see where the difference is. I don't love it, but Kim swears that they're all vetted now. So there are no mass killers on the websites.
Well, personally, I do go out from a dating app. I try to make sure I have at least one mutual friend with the person.
Smart.
So I'll look social media and kind of cross-check that. But I think it's all just an avenue. I wouldn't only do dating apps. I wouldn't only do family fix-ups. I wouldn't only go out with someone I met at a bar at 2 a.m. I feel like you kind of need a mix of everything.
Nice mix. All right, Kim, I want to stay with you here. Your grandma's advice has become extremely popular on TikTok, and she clearly gives good guidance despite how different things are nowadays. So what is the best piece of advice and the worst she's given you?
Yeah, so we're looking at some of the rules now, your audience, and I think rule number 5, I probably agree with the most, which is don't chase a guy unless you need to get those steps in. I think the guy should really come to you. You don't want to run after someone. Same kind of thing is like you always want the guy to like you a little more than you like them. Similar messaging there that I know a lot of people grew up with. But yeah, I think the worst advice she's probably given me, she likes to give people a lot of chances. So she would say go on 10 dates with someone before you make a decision whether you like them or not. I would probably say after 2 or 3, you get a pretty good idea of whether there's any type of connection.
And I don't agree with that. I still don't agree with that. I don't think you know the person after 2 or 3 dates. And I think that's the problem with the generation today. They're not giving somebody a chance. And they need to delve a little more deeply into the soul of their date and really understand where they're coming from. And 2 or 3 dates, you barely know their name. So or where they went to school or where their family came from. So I think they should be a little more patient. It's much more, the impatience in the dating is something I don't quite understand.
But Grandma Gail, we have no attention span. You know what I mean? That's what's happening. DBL Nation, right, exactly.
I know that.
I know. She's like, I gotcha. Check out Kim and Grandma Gail's podcast, Excuse My Grandma. And to learn more, we want you to go to their Instagram or TikTok at Excuse My Grandma. Ladies, this is fantastic.
You guys are great.
We love it, the idea of it. Continue on. Thank you so much for all of the time. We'll be right back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
On May 22nd, murder suspect Bryan Kohberger appeared before Latah County Judge John Judge.
You also have a right of silence. That right is protected under the Idaho and federal constitutions, so you can remain silent throughout these court proceedings, and that can't be held against you in any way.
In the courtroom, Kohberger was formally charged with the murders of Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. This was the first time Judge Judge has been involved, leading one viewer to ask, was the judge changed unexpectedly on the Moscow murders case? Let's verify. Our sources are Latah County District Court, the Idaho Supreme Court, and the Prosecuting Attorney's Office for Blaine County, Idaho. First of all, yes, there was a change of judges in the case. In his first court appearance back in January, Kohberger appeared before Judge Megan Marshall. She continued to oversee the case up until the grand jury issued its indictment. That's when court documents show Judge took over. The reason for changing judges is due to the way that Idaho courts handle the flow of criminal justice cases. Before the grand jury indictment, the court was preparing for a preliminary hearing to determine if the case should proceed. As the Blaine County prosecutor explains, preliminary hearings are held in the lowest local court and without a jury. In the Moscow murders case, this meant the preliminary hearing was assigned to Judge Marshall in the magistrate court. The Idaho Supreme Court explains that magistrate judges hear less serious criminal matters as well as preliminary hearings. However, once the indictment came through, the preliminary hearing was no longer needed and the trial could proceed. At this point, the case was moved to district court, which Judge John Judge oversees. District court has jurisdiction over criminal cases and also includes a jury. So while there was a judge change, we can verify that no, it was not unexpected and was simply a part of the trial process. If you...
Welcome back. As wildfire smoke blankets the United States, you may be wondering, should I exercise outside in these conditions? It's time for some joint and muscle support brought to you by Omega XL. So to find out what air quality range is safe for exercise, check the air quality index where you live. If the air quality is in the orange range, you got to make some modifications. Assuming the air quality is no worse than orange, an outdoor workout of about 30 minutes is reasonable. But if you feel any discomfort, take it inside. Next, avoid exercising before dawn or late at night. And lastly, if air pollution is at an orange level or higher, carry any medications you may need and take more breaks. Omega XL has improved the lives of millions of consumers, supported by 30 years of clinical research. Omega XL's powerful and proven benefits have transformed the lives of athletes, celebrities, and dedicated daily users. So call 1-800-813-6801 or visit OmegaXL.com for more information. We'll be right back.
Former President Donald Trump has been indicted on 37 counts related to mishandling classified documents after he left office. Court records reveal FBI agents took 11 sets of classified records from former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate during a search on August 8th. In an August 12th post on Truth Social, a social media platform he founded, Trump claimed that the documents were all declassified. The former president's comments prompted several of our viewers, including Beverly and Carol, to ask, can the president declassify documents? So let's verify. Our sources are the U.S. Constitution, Executive Order 13526, Cal McClanahan, Executive Director of the National Security Counselors, a nonprofit public interest law firm, and Richard Immerman, professor and historian at Temple University. According to our sources, a president does have the authority to declassify documents while they're in office, but it isn't a formal process. Let me walk you through the levels of classification in the U.S. government and when presidents can and cannot exercise their power to declassify government records. The three levels of classification in the U.S. government are confidential, secret, and top secret. National security expert Kel McClanahan says the classification assigned to a document dictates
the level of damage that its release would cause to the national security of the United States.
According to the National Archives, a select group of government officials have classification authority, including the president, vice president, and agency heads. But let's focus on the president. The Supreme Court ruled the president's power over classified information comes from executive authority granted by the Constitution. A sitting U.S. president has wide-ranging authority to classify and declassify certain documents, but a former president does not. To classify a document, a sitting president has to make a plausible argument that it's related to national security, according to McClanahan. But he says there isn't the same requirement for declassifying documents.
He doesn't have to give any reason for declassifying it. He can just say, I decide that this should be declassified, and it's declassified.
According to our sources, there isn't a formal protocol the president has to follow in order to declassify government information. But historian Richard Immerman says there is an informal one that presidents generally follow. First, the president consults all departments and agencies that have an interest in a classified document. They provide an assessment as to whether the document should stay classified for national security reasons, and if there's a dispute among the agencies, they debate it. But ultimately, it's the president that makes the decision on declassification. So we can verify, yes, a president can declassify documents, but there isn't a set protocol that they have to follow. So what about the documents found at Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate? While there are other federal laws that bar a former president from taking government documents, regardless of whether or not they were declassified. With your Verify, I'm Ariane Till. Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Before we go, we want to give a big DBL shout out to Rob Real, our city cam operator. Happy birthday, Rob! We'll see you guys. DBL's new every day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
Have either of you ridden horseback on a beach? That is a huge bucket list for me.
I feel like a huge hospital bill for you.
You are literally a Ken doll.
Wow.
His life.
No, Thank
it's a
you.
compliment. Do I look relaxed? Yeah. It's moving. Sorry, we have a spider. Chris, it's moving. Can we just...
Y'all, seriously.
Sorry. Okay, let's get right to it.
I can't take this anymore.
Talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
Amy Schumer calls out celebrities who lie about being on Ozempic. Like, shut the up. Plus, Kristin Davis looks back on getting ridiculed for getting facial fillers. Crazy sports videos, from a pro golfer getting tackled by security to Conor McGregor's skit with a mascot going very wrong. IDINA MENZEL tells us all about unleashing her inner disco diva.
He needs to see his mommy bring the house down.
Yeah. And we've got all the highlights from Broadway's biggest night.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. I am Tori. I'm in for Sam. Hello to you all, and to you all, and to you guys in the studio. Hey.
All right.
Is Sam back yet?
No. She's coming back tomorrow, don't you worry. Everyone is talking about a new class of weight loss drugs like Ozempic or Wegovy, but if you take one of these drugs for weight loss, should you have to tell the truth about how you're losing the weight? What if you're a celebrity and you have people looking up to you? That is the question we're asking after Amy Schumer blasted stars who lie about their new skinny figures. Here's what she said to Andy on Andy Cohen's Watch What Happens Live.
Yeah. I know everybody lying. Everyone's like, a smaller portion. Like, shut the f up.
Right.
You're on Ozempic or one of those things.
Or Wegovy or whatever.
Yeah, or you got work done. Like, just stop. Like a year ago, I tried it.
Okay.
You know, it's like, you know, you try it. And I was one of the people that felt like so sick and like couldn't like play with my son. I was so skinny and I was just like he was throwing a ball at me and it was just, and you're like, okay, this isn't livable for me.
Okay, so here's the question I'm going to pose to you. Should stars be honest about taking weight loss drugs or not? I want you to go to dblvote.com to weigh in on this topic. Meanwhile, I'm going to throw it to you guys. I think you should be, only because in this age of transparency, teenagers are living with anorexia, bulimia, and suicide at such an unbelievable rate. There's no con to coming out and saying, yes, I am.
I would argue there's a con. What do you think, Erica? I'll get in, but yeah, I'm curious.
No, I've thought about this a lot because when I used to do fitness competitions, I used to be very transparent about my journey because one, I was so miserable. I just wanted to share it with other people.
Honestly,
So people would be like, some people would be like, oh, this is, inspirational. I'm going to try this. Other people were like, we don't need to know. Like, basically, don't tell us so much. And I honestly was kind of transparent about it too because I knew I wasn't going to look like that forever. Which is the same case with a lot of people who are taking these drugs. They're not going to look like this forever. I think where the lines get blurred is when you have a particular brand and then all of a sudden your brand is about health and fitness, but a part of that is because you're on these drugs. That's when I think when you're talking about a con or not being forthcoming, that's when I think it becomes problematic.
I agree with it. You were shaking your head, yes?
Yeah, I agree with that. If you're documenting your journey, you should be forthright. Is that the right word?
Yeah. Good job.
It's Monday. Yeah, you should be forthright. I would totally be honest. Like, this is what I'm doing, and this is why I'm doing it, and this is the results, right? I want to help other people if it works for me. But I don't think you need to necessarily tell people. If you're an actress, again, sorry, my earpiece. If you're an actress and you're just getting in shape for a role or something, it's like, I don't need to tell you everything. But if you are doing that purposely, that's what your Instagram's about, you should be honest about it.
I agree. Al, you disagree?
I disagree just on its surface. I totally understand what you're saying. And I think knowing all three of you guys talking to you every day for 6 years, I honestly believe that's what you guys would do. But what if your agent said, hey, Erica, ixnay on saying stuff about having cool sculpting or anything done that they feel like maybe the average fan wouldn't get or, might affect a branding deal that they have lined up for you? Then I think that's where the question comes in. Are you a celebrity that wants to be transparent with your followers, but at the same time, if it's not really hurting them and it's going to maybe cost you, a branding deal with Gold's Gym or something, then when money's on the table, are you going to be transparent? And I don't know if it's fair to ask somebody to turn down money to be transparent and get zero money for that.
Which I hear, but let's hear from our chat. Keith just wrote in, if you idolize someone, it's important for you in your own journey and self-esteem to know they are still human and results are attainable. And sometimes with Ozempic, that's not attainable unless you tell them, I'm getting this extra help. So I see your point because it could be money out of your pocket.
Well, yeah, but to your point earlier, that's money out of your pocket that you're willing to profit off a con. I mean, now you're saying, okay, don't say that you're using this product because we have this deal lined up for you that's going to pay you for not saying how you look the way that you look.
That's
so
fishy. Now
it becomes a moral compass issue. Like, all right, am I going to say, yes, I got in shape by going to whatever gym every single day, or are you going to say, hey, this is how I lost the weight and this is how I'm toning my body. This is how I'm continuing to keep up these results.
I'd say the first part, then cash a check.
You're the worst. Let us see what the results
That's
are.
what I would do.
82% of you say yes. So an overwhelming majority say yes, you should. Interesting. On a related note, Kristin Davis, you know Charlotte, she's opening up about her own efforts to look younger for the cameras. Now, in an interview with The Telegraph, Kristin said she's done fillers and it's been both good and bad, saying she had to get them dissolved and said she was ridiculed relentlessly for them. Kristin went on to say, quote, I have shed tears about it. It's very stressful. You're trusting doctors, but people personally blame us when it goes wrong, as if I jabbed a needle in my face. Kristin said that when she had some work done on her lips, no one told her that she didn't look good for the longest time, until eventually a good friend decided to be frank with her. So would you tell a friend they look ridiculous?
Yes.
I believe so, yes.
Jeff?
A great friend, a really good friend.
Top tier friend.
Absolutely.
And
yes, I would.
Okay, good.
Otherwise, if it was an acquaintance, I don't know if it's my place, especially in today's society, to do that, right? As a friend, I would hope you did that to me, even if it was my acquaintance. But to say that to, especially a woman, I'm gonna say that. No, hey, you look great.
And that's where we are, Jeff. It's funny, but it's also like I'm sitting next to somebody who has pulled me aside throughout these 6 years and been like, hey, you need to fix that, or that didn't come off great, or maybe you should call them and tell them this is what you meant. Because a lot of people, the person that you're telling that to, you have to be absolutely sure that they are capable of taking that in, processing that. It's not a personal attack, but really a thing to help them and move forward. And a lot of people aren't there yet. Yeah. And it doesn't mean, there were times in my life I wasn't there yet. But you also, even if it is a close friend, you need to make sure that they are in a position where they can receive that, because it can forever alter the friendship. But if you think that they can receive it no matter how bad it is, Tori, you know we joke around, but I tell you, you look wonderful today. I'm not feeling the hair today.
Totally.
But we're brothers. I can say whatever and vice versa.
And it's also because I think you're such a good girl dad that he's like, let me take a look at you. Hold on, spin, turn. It's so nice that like you give your thoughts and care, because I would give it back to you. You look great in mint, by the way.
Thank you.
But
Shout out Ebony.
Shout out Ebony. But when I got Botox and it spocked, which you look like Dr. Spock, Sam ran right over and she goes, you look terrible. You got to get a spot here and a spot here and they'll drop. Thank God for people like that. And I expect all of you to do that for me.
Well, I also think it's hard when it's you. You know, like people always ask, like, well, why didn't they see it? And I think that a part of the reason why people don't see it is a part of the same reason why they get it to begin with. And I think there's like almost like a dysmorphia issue there, where you're not seeing it from like, you kind of have to be removed a little bit. But ultimately, I didn't know the term spocked until, and Jeff has said this before, so I'm not putting him out there.
No, we're friends. You should. Yeah.
Jeff got spocked.
I got spocked, and I thought, hey man, it's just doing its job. You know what I mean? And then until someone pointed out, I'm like, it's a little crazy. And then I had to get the tube, bink, bink, and it came down. But at the time, I was like, dude, let's go for it. You know what I mean? I was like, I thought that's just what it did.
Like, I'm killing it.
I'm like 22. I just got carded. Yeah.
Oh man, and we're all like, oh my God. All right, coming up on DBL, our interview with IDINA Menzel, the one and only. She's telling us all about her new album that's a major nod to disco. And why did this pro golfer get tackled by security? We're going to talk about it next. Hey DBL Nation, today IDINA Menzel is here to tell us all about her new disco album. Plus, TikTok's 80-year-old dating guru is sharing why there's no such thing as the perfect partner. That's today only on DBL.
Expressive in my
so it wasn't like as we're talking about Jeff's single spocking. It was just really one.
No, it was both.
It was both.
It was
Maybe one more than the other.
But you really, the eyebrows, the
because I'm
corners went up.
expressive anyway.
Right.
But that was just like another level. Like they were up here. Remember when? I always go back to Seinfeld. Remember when Uncle Leo? They drew and they're like, Leo, why are you being so aggressive? And he's like, aggressive? And he had his eyebrows and he wrote his chart. Did you ever see that? It's so funny.
There's also a meme, if you didn't know, of a wife who had a little baby and she drew big eyebrows on it and then surprised the husband, and he turns and he like laughs. I know this story doesn't sound good, but it's a good video. I regretted starting this story as soon as I said it. Like, you know, I'm
Wait,
sorry.
is that the end of it?
It's almost like you got to see it.
Yeah, I should have not have started that.
You don't subscribe to describing a video that people have never seen.
I'm always like, anytime we have, like, inevitably over the course of years, one of us will tell a story, and it's like, sometimes when you're on television, you gotta show people. Like, there's just an aesthetic value to some stories.
It's a visual medium. It's a visual medium.
Is anybody doing anything for the finals tonight?
I'm going to the bar where the guy, I told you guys all this, as soon as the Nuggets, he sits by himself, and every time we score a big point, he goes, what kind of roll? And the whole bar goes, cinnamon.
I don't understand
And we don't know why.
She has been telling that story for weeks. I feel like I need to go to this bar
I
to
know.
understand.
You're going to go.
treated
It's
me
going to
like-
be underwhelming. It's going to be 11
No,
people
it's
there.
so fun. And someone's like, do you know that guy? I'm like, no. Apparently he's been doing it for years. Don't know why.
Take that coffee.
Welcome back to DBL. Check this out. A pro golfer was tackled by security at the Canadian Open this weekend. Adam Hadwin was running to celebrate a fellow Canadian's big win at the Open, spraying champagne everywhere, when security mistook him for a fan and I didn't see the video. Oh, that was funny. Also, Nick Taylor sunk this amazing 72-foot long putt to win the title. He is the first Canadian to win the country's national title since 1954. That's 69 years. It was also the longest putt of his PGA Tour career. How hard is it to sink a 70-foot long putt?
Jeff, you golf.
Oof.
Like,
I mean, percentage-wise, it's less than 5%, I would say, because sometimes they throw it up on the screen. But especially with the pressure of, if I sink this, I win.
And I'm Canadian.
Right? Otherwise, he would have to follow it up, hopefully, with another one. They go to a playoff. But to do that, yeah, you're Canadian in your home country, and you drop that putt with the weather, too. It was raining, so the conditions weren't the same. That is like, obviously, he's going to remember that for the rest of his life, and so will the guy who got tackled. Celebrated. Yeah.
What are your thoughts about the tackling, Erica?
Well, security was doing their job.
I agree with Erica.
But, you know, well, maybe he should have had a uniform on.
Yeah, and that's why I was, even if this was me that was tackled, if that was my friend that I was celebrating, I would rather that, and we have some apologies, and maybe I have bruised ribs, because that was like, maybe he missed his calling. He looked like a linebacker clearing out the hole there. That was impressive. But I'd rather have that than have somebody say, oh, I thought you knew him, and we're doing a way different story today. Yeah. It's a very difficult situation when it's chaotic. There's no kind of guardrails or anything, and everybody's dressed the same.
Yep.
How do you know, like, who's there for the right reasons and who's there for others?
He did his job very well, I thought so.
Very well.
Very well.
Yes.
Ooh. All right, we've got another viral sports video for you. This is insane. UFC star Conor McGregor took part in a pre-planned skit, meaning this was pre-planned. Good job, Tori. During halftime at the NBA Finals, he was supposed to get into this altercation with the Heat's mascot, Bernie. All right, it was all to promote a pain medication spray. Things did not go quite as planned. Check this out. McGregor punches the mascot, sending him to the floor. Then he punches him again while he was down. You don't do that, but the prank reportedly then sent the mascot straight to the hospital. But not to worry, did they just drag him out?
Yes.
He is doing okay. Following all the punches, McGregor sprayed Bernie with the pain medication spray. No word if it actually helped with the pain or not. Is this McGregor's fault or not? Now, just so you guys know, he was booed by the crowd previous to this. So in my mind, and maybe Al's mind, you were saying he was kind of worked up and angry and kind of took it out on the mascot. This is assault.
This is ridiculous.
That's assault.
This is ridiculous. Yes. I worked in arena for 4 seasons with the Denver Nuggets, and in arena entertainment is what we're watching right there.
Right.
And like, if you're going to do something like this is pre-planned, there has to have been a conversation that this was just going to be a skit, that you hold the punch. You don't punch someone like.
Couldn't he be then arrested? I mean, like.
No.
Why?
No, because this was planned. First of all, you don't do tricks with tigers and bears and then ask why you get bitten after. You hire a professional fighter to do this, and he's out there, he's maybe whatever he's going on, he's pumped up. He probably thinks, I'm not going to hurt this guy. I don't think he was going out there trying to hurt him. I think he's a professional fighter. He was going out there doing the best that he can, and it was an accident.
But you don't think
it's not assault?
It doesn't look like an accident when you lay somebody out and plus you punch them again.
Plus, the Nuggets are playing for the championship tonight.
Jeff, you know
no one like that over here? What's up? Yeah.
I'm with you for most of it. You know what it was? It was the second punch. When he's down, that he lines up and he hits him again, and his leg flinches in a way. Because watch that one,
assault.
His head hits the back.
It's not assault. He got paid for it.
No, he got paid to pull a punch in a pre-planned skit.
No, it's like putting the animal to sleep after it bites you because you made it ride a tricycle.
He's a human being, not an animal. He should know better, no? Okay, people. Denver Nuggets?
Yeah.
Okay, coming up on DBL, IDINA Menzel is sharing why her new album is a love letter to her queer fans. That's coming up next.
On May 22nd, murder suspect Brian Kohberger appeared before Latah County Judge John Judge.
You also have a right of silence. That right is protected under the Idaho and federal constitutions, so you can remain silent throughout these court proceedings, and that can't be held against you in any way.
In the courtroom, Kohberger was formally charged with the murders of Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. This was the first time Judge has been involved, leading one viewer to ask, was the judge changed unexpectedly on the Moscow murders case? Let's verify. Our sources are Latah County District Court, the Idaho Supreme Court, and the Prosecuting Attorney's Office for Blaine County, Idaho. First of all, yes, there was a change of judges in the case. In his first court appearance back in January, Kohberger appeared before Judge Megan Marshall. She continued to oversee the case up until the grand jury issued its indictment. That's when court documents show Judge took over. The reason for changing judges is due to the way that Idaho courts handle the flow of criminal justice cases. Before the grand jury indictment, the court was preparing for a preliminary hearing to determine if the case should proceed. As the Blaine County prosecutor explains, preliminary hearings are held in the lowest local court and without a jury. In the Moscow murders case, this meant the preliminary hearing was assigned to Judge Marshall in the magistrate court. The Idaho Supreme Court explains that magistrate judges hear less serious criminal matters as well as preliminary hearings. However, once the indictment came through, the preliminary hearing was no longer needed and the trial could proceed. At this point, the case was moved to district court, which Judge John Judge oversees. District court has jurisdiction over criminal cases and also includes a jury. So while there was a judge change, we can verify that no, it was not unexpected and was simply a part of the trial process. If you...
You better move for me. I'm so high, make it move for me. I'm not falling. Yeah, fix up instead. Yeah, baby, I don't care. Move for me. You better move for me, move for me. Stop, it's my moment.
Welcome back. That is new music from IDINA MENZEL. The song is called Move, and it's the perfect dance vibe for your summer playlist. Earlier, we were honored to be joined by the Tony Award-winning Broadway diva. Take a look.
Hi, Dina. Welcome to DBL and happy Pride.
Hi, everyone. Happy Pride.
So excited to have you here. So your LGBTQ plus fans are excited about your new album, Drama Queen. Now, did you have them in mind when you were making the album?
I've been in London many times for work, and when I go there, I usually show up at a club. It's called Heaven. It's part of the GAY circuit, and I show up around 1 in the morning, and I do a little gig, and I have the best time. It's like packed with thousands of sweaty, beautiful people, and we're laughing and we're crying together, and they're packed up against the stage. I can practically stage dive. So I just had the best time. So when I was thinking about what do I want to do for our next album, you know, I don't want to worry about what's expected of me, and I just want to do music I love, but what could support a big voice, you know, so I could really sing and sing big melodies. And I thought like disco dance music was great. I mean, Donna Summer, Barbara Streisand had days. Then Cher came back around to dance. So that's kind of my thinking.
So you brought your 13-year-old son Walker with you to a recent Pride event where you performed. So why was it important for you to share that experience with him?
First of all, he needs to see his mommy bring the house down. Yeah. He's 13, and he could give a, you know, he doesn't care what the hell I've been doing. So I need him to see like cool mom, you know, like a lot of people think I'm cool, honey. But also awesome. I just want him to be, I just wanted him to be a part of it and be a part of the celebration. He's, you know, he's got many friends and family who are part of the community, and I knew he'd want to be there.
What's the biggest difference between singing your dance music live and being on a Broadway stage?
They're kind of very similar to me. Live performance is similar, period. It fills me with something that is hard for me to explain, but I feel like I'm transported on a good day. On a bad day, I'm filled with lots of noise in my head and, you know, a saboteur that's saying, you know, you're you're a fraud. But let's stay on the positive.
I feel you are
we all
speaking
have
my
that, don't
language.
we?
I was talking with Kame. I did a show last night, and we were just saying, like, you have to fight that voice that's in your head. Like, you don't deserve to be here. They're all going to figure out you're terrible after the show.
Imposter
And I was telling my friend, you have to think about, like, what a crazy narcissist with a fraction of your talent would say. Like, I'm awesome. And take a little bit of their personality and apply it. Because artists, we always are like, that was terrible. And, you know, I have trouble releasing albums because I'm always, I could do that a little bit better. So I really appreciate what you're saying.
Yes, and and then add to it being told you're a role model to young people. Because your characters, Alphaba and Elsa, who are all about embracing who they are and allowing this incredible power to come out. And then you're, a 50-year-old woman and like you don't feel like getting out of bed once. And then you have to go sing Defying Gravity and let it go. So the dichotomy of that, the hypocrisy of that is something that I contend with, but I also look at it as a gift because this way it's not me always being the role model. It's sort of having, looking at a sea of kids in blue dresses sometimes and reminding myself, what I need to do.
I want to ask you about this. I have to. I'm a Jew. I got to ask you this. After starring in Uncut Gems with Adam Sandler, you're teaming back up with him for this new movie. Are you ready? It's called You're So Not Invited to My Bat Mitzvah.
You're going to love it.
I can't wait. Tell us about the movie. What's the best part also about working with Adam?
Working with Adam, you'll find that no matter who you speak to about Adam Sandler, they all say the same thing, that he's just the most generous, loving, person to work with. He makes everyone around him feel like $1 million.
IDINA, thank you so much. Congratulations. DBL Nation, her new album, Drama Queen, will be out August 18th.
Look at the cover.
Great cover.
Thank you for your honesty.
Yeah,
and
you're
candor.
great.
It's refreshing. We've talked to you forever.
I know. We'll be right back.
Love
Thank
you
you so
guys.
much. We love you.
Former President Donald Trump has been indicted on 37 counts related to mishandling classified documents after he left office. Court records reveal FBI agents took 11 sets of classified records from former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate during a search on August 8th. In an August 12th post on Truth Social, a social media platform he founded, Trump claimed that the documents were all declassified. The former president's comments prompted several of our viewers, including Beverly and Carol, to ask, can the president declassify documents? So let's verify. Our sources are the U.S. Constitution, Executive Order 13526, Kel McClanahan, Executive Director of the National Security Counselors, a nonprofit public interest law firm, and Richard Immerman, professor and historian at Temple University. According to our sources, a president does have the authority to declassify documents while they're in office, but it isn't a formal process. Let me walk you through the levels of classification in the U.S. government and when presidents can and cannot exercise their power to declassify government records. The 3 levels of classification in the U.S. government are confidential, secret, and top secret. National security expert Kel McClanahan says the classification assigned to a document dictates
the level of damage that its release would cause to the national security of the United States.
According to the National Archives, a select group of government officials have classification authority, including the president, vice president, and agency heads. But let's focus on the president. The Supreme Court ruled the president's power over classified information comes from executive authority granted by the Constitution. A sitting U.S. president has wide-ranging authority to classify and declassify certain documents, but a former president does not. To classify a document, a sitting president has to make a plausible argument that it's related to national security, according to McClanahan. But he says there isn't the same requirement for declassifying documents.
He doesn't have to give any reason for declassifying it. He can just say, I decide that this should be declassified, and it's declassified.
According to our sources, there isn't a formal protocol the president has to follow in order to declassify government information. But historian Richard Immerman says there is an informal one that presidents generally follow. First, the president consults all departments and agencies that have an interest in a classified document. They provide an assessment as to whether the document should stay classified for national security reasons, and if there's a dispute among the agencies, they debate it. But ultimately, it's the president that makes the decision on declassification. So we can verify, yes, a president can declassify documents, but there isn't a set protocol that they have to follow. So what about the documents found at Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate? Well, there are other federal laws that bar a former president from taking government documents, regardless of whether or not they were declassified. With your Verify, I'm Adiante Till. Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
We love sharing your comments. This is from Kimberly about the NBA Finals tonight.
All right.
Kimberly says, as much as I want the Nuggets to win it all, I'd love to see Miami make it interesting tonight. Boo.
Why are you leading the crowd like that? Let people make their own decisions.
Okay, how does everyone feel? Yeah.
You don't think Miami's an inspiring story?
I do, but I want the Nuggets to do it. Come on, the Joker. Is that right? If
Yes.
you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online. Watch on YouTube, dailyblastlive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what is ahead. We're talking with a grandma who went viral on TikTok for her takes on dating. And we've got the highlights from Broadway's biggest night at the Tony Awards. It's good, it's big, and you gotta stay tuned for it all.
Spending the day outside during the summer means arming yourself with citronella candles and lots of bug spray to fend off the mosquitoes. But is there a better way to keep those bloodsuckers away? This Instagram video with nearly 500,000 views claims that bubbles will do the trick. But is that true? Let's verify. Our sources are the Cleveland Clinic, Terminex, and Dr. Floyd Shockley, an entomologist at the National Museum of Natural History. Shockley says,
there's no particular reason why bubbles of any kind would have a particular impact on mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes find humans through the carbon dioxide we emit and our natural body odors. And some people are just more attractive to mosquitoes. Shockley says that doesn't change just because there's something else with a different smell nearby, like soapy bubble solution. In fact, according to the Cleveland Clinic, the floral scents common in soaps used to make bubbles actually attract mosquitoes. So we can verify, no, bubbles do not repel mosquitoes. But if we look back at that viral video, there is something that could help keep the mosquitoes away. The bubble machine. But it's not because of the bubbles. It's the fan.
Mosquitoes don't like flying in wind. They're not very good at it. And so that has been shown to sometimes reduce the number of mosquitoes in a particular area.
Terminex, a pest control company, says fans can disperse carbon dioxide and odors that mosquitoes use to locate you. With your Verify, I'm Adiante Till.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No.
No.
Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
At least I didn't fake it, I guess I didn't make it. Get ready for me, love, 'cause I'm a comer. I simply gotta march my hands and drum. I know, nobody is gonna rain on me.
Welcome to Daily Blast Live. I'm Tori. I'm in for Sam. That was Leah Michelle performing Don't Rain on My Parade at last night's Tony Awards. If you didn't know, I'm somewhat of a musical theater person. Ariana DeBose hosted the event again, but this year the show was unscripted because the writers are still on strike. Despite the hurdle, there were lots of memorable moments, including a historic moment when Alex Newell and Jay Harrison Gee became the first non-binary performers to win acting Tony Awards. Here's what Alex said.
This my entire life. I should not be up here as a queer, non-binary, fat, black little baby from Massachusetts. And to anyone that thinks that they can't do it, I'm going to look you dead in your face that you can do anything you put your mind to.
And again, I want to get their name right. It was Alex Newell. I wanted to make sure that is correct. What did you guys think of that brilliant speech?
I mean, it's always so inspirational when you see someone who has worked their entire lives to get to this point, and we get to see their moment. And it's even more inspirational when they are the first to be it so others can see it. And that was an example of what that was last night.
Do you know how scary it is if you can't see it? You told Eric, you say the phrase.
No, let's leave it there.
The phrase that Erica's so good at saying, if you
You know, when I first saw that,
see it, you can be it.
Right.
Yes, when I first saw that clip, I thought so much about you, and some of this is also on us as a people in general, because we make this mistake every single year. Every single year, like American Idol, there'll be, you know, some skinny guy that's got this huge voice. It doesn't matter what the person looks like. There's just sometimes it's just inside of people, this talent that is coming out. And we keep going, well, they have to look like this. The talent inside of you doesn't know or care what you look like. And when we start to open up our field of vision to figure out that, like, we just want to see the best at what they do out there. I don't care what you look like. It's going to open up a whole new world. But we're going to find so many other people that feel like, well, I look like this, so I can't be the best gospel singer. Don't get out there. Let's see what you got. You know, I want it to be based on talent, and we just saw some right there.
There's amazing talent in that.
I think Erica said it.
Yeah.
I think we were done after that.
I did want to get to this. It's going viral. It's actress Danae Benton. She gave a little speech, and there has a moment that went very viral. I wondered if we could quickly play that.
And while I am certain that the current governor of my home state of Florida will be changing.
I just wanted to get people's thoughts on that.
Yeah, Jeff.
I could dive in, I guess. Here's my thing. It's Monday. I want to get to the Sean Hayes clip, too, because I'm very happy with him. Here's what I don't like about that comment. When you say a comment like that, you could say, I don't like people's politics, or I don't like what they represent. But to say Grand Wizard or to call someone Hitler, we're going too far. It's just too far. No matter what you think of the man, he's not a grand wizard. Horrific things happen to people from that organization, to black people. Hitler killed thousands of people.
Millions.
In a horrific way. So to compare people to these monsters throughout our history is not a fair comparison. If I won an award and I said Joe Biden's a pedophile because he has a video about his popcorn clip with his hairy legs, it's going to an extreme that you shouldn't go to. And these labels that we put on people these days are very harming. They're very damaging to a person's personality. And I understand how people feel about Ron DeSantis, and there's an argument the other way. But we have to reel it in when we go through these historic names like Hitler and compare someone to that.
Here's the issue, though, Jeff. Hitler wasn't born Hitler. Grandmasters weren't born grandmasters. The KKK gained so much steam and were effective at their oppression and dissemination of a race at certain points because no one said anything, and they didn't say anything early. So when we have these moments where people are very boldly and bravely taking to a stance to say, if we don't know our history and we don't know the fact that these organizations didn't rise to power out of nowhere. You know, it didn't happen overnight. It happened because people felt like it was uncomfortable to speak out. They were fearful of speaking out. So these are moments of protest, and they're moments of resistance, and that's what we're seeing. So I understand at this juncture, DeSantis is not a grand wizard.
How many people did DeSantis murder? How many people?
Jeff, I think the point that I'm making...
I'm getting your point, but I'm saying I think we're taking it too far.
Because right now, DeSantis is responsible for a lot of legislation in order to contribute to the erasure of LGBTQIA plus people. That is dangerous. It's as dangerous as any historical erasure or dissemination of a people in any context.
And I get what you're saying, and so is this conversation for me, to be quite frank with you. I'm just making the comparison that he didn't murder anybody. When you bring LGBTQ in the black community, it looks like I'm trying to defend a racist. That's not what I'm doing here. I'm trying to say when people use an example of a horrific thing that happened in history, that's not what DeSantis is. I'm not defending DeSantis. I don't care what people think about him. I'm saying he is not that person. He is not that person throughout history. And I think it's an easy applaud when you go up there and you label someone that, because everyone in the room might feel the same way, but it's very damaging to people.
Let me jump in, because I'm listening to you guys talk, and I appreciate being able to hear two friends have different opinions about a very touchy subject. I think my issue with that statement is just that here we are talking about Ron DeSantis when we should be celebrating this incredible moment. And I always ask myself, when it comes to these politicians, a lot of them are actors and don't believe a word or live a word of what they say. Do they get every second of our lives? Like, do we always have to talk about these every second, though, Tori?
She had a spotlight for a minute, and she decided to use that so that we're having this conversation.
I get that. I get that. But it's like, I don't know. I just feel like sometimes there's a lot of people that she works with and she loved, and a lot of great moments and anecdotes, and people that drove her to play practice, and people that stayed up all night going over lines, and they have a space in her life, too. And what it's going to do is it's going to trend, and Ron DeSantis will have a tweet, and it's going to be back in this disgusting spiral where we have to listen to this venom being spewed all over the place instead of hearing an incredible speech from these incredibly talented people that have to talk about these fake human beings. Your politicians are not real people in any way.
But Al, they're making real laws, and those real laws affect real people.
Yes,
and there's suicides attached to those people.
But let's get to why that's happening, and it's not just them. It's gerrymandering. There's a reason that the things that they're peddling are wildly unpopular, but they still pass because the way our country is set up, Wyoming can cancel out California. So I don't want to hear anything about like, well, half the country. It's not even close. But because we're cutting up our country in these little fiefdoms, it looks like, oh, Lauren Boebert, who's anti-premarital sex at a 36-year-old grandmother, she gets to have a lot to say. We have to talk about her instead of these incredibly talented people. I'm so tired of these corny people.
And I'm with you, and I appreciate you saying that.
I just want to hear from her and not talk about DeSantis for 1 minute, But I get what she's saying, and I applaud her using her platform to do that. So I don't want that to be lost.
Yeah.
I think it's a great discussion, and then very fair.
Sorry to get into gerrymandering. You see what y'all did?
But I think some of your frustration now is kind of like mine. It's gotten to a level where it's out of control now. Right. And if you try to defend one side or the other, I come off as racist and homophobic.
I don't think you did.
Because I'm trying to defend someone who doesn't need to be defended. I'm not for DeSantis or this situation. I'm just saying the labels that we put on people now, stick with them. And it's very harmful, right? And I'm speaking from a person, from someone that has a label on them.
Mm-hmm. Right, but Jeff, I think that that's a false equivalency to, I understand where you're coming from and how it is personal to you. Yes. But it's a very false equivalency for someone who is actively trying to remove labels in terms of identity from people to be labeled. That's an energy thing. That's whatever you do will be done onto you. True. And I think that having someone use one of their biggest moments is a very selfless thing, actually, because let me tell you, it is not really that fun when there's like backlash coming at you because you made a decision to stand up for the oppressed. You made a decision to use your platform, not for yourself, but for everyone that you can benefit. That is not like, it's not a vacation. So anytime someone's strong enough to do that and feels emboldened enough to do that for the greater good of a demographic that is completely marginalized and attempted to be erased, I'm going to applaud that because I understand how difficult that is. Yeah. So as opposed to like thinking about it as the moment and the labeling, I think it's almost like we're casting too broad of a net on labeling in general. There are some people who deserve and need to be labeled because they have an effect on our entire country.
So yeah, I hear. I think we could keep going in circles. I just think, again, to label someone Hitler or Grandmaster, those are horrific things. And to think that your situation in 2023 is what people went through 150 years ago is I don't know. You tell me. Do you think it's the same thing?
It's yet. And now we have people who are speaking out. We have people who are marching in the streets. We have people who are actively protesting. We have the ability to understand that because we know our history, we're able to do something not to repeat it. And a part of that is getting very comfortable with being uncomfortable. And that is not easy to do.
That's the best part about our show. Great conversation. Sean Hayes, this is a little palate cleanser, can also add Tony Award winner to his resume. The former Will and Grace star won for lead actor in a play for his role in Goodnight, Oscar. During his acceptance speech, he showed his hubby some love. Take a look.
Oh my God, this has got to be the first time an Oscar won a Tony. But I want to thank, I'm shaking. I can't believe this is so surreal. First of all, my husband, Scotty. It's Scotty, right? Yeah. I never can get it right. You are my purpose every single day of my life.
Isn't that so cute? You knew about Scotty beforehand, right?
Well, I watch Smartless, or I listen to the podcast, and I love it. And he always mentions Scotty. So it's, if you don't know, it's Sean Hayes, Will Arnett, and Jason Bateman. Hilarious podcast. But he's also like, hey, Scotty, guess who's on? So like when they have someone come on, he's like, oh my God, Scotty's got to see this. So it's nice to put a face to the name. And I've been a fan of Sean Hayes
and
for so long.
I know Smartless now because it's on Netflix too.
Yeah, it is on Netflix.
It's really blowing up.
HBO.
Yeah, I'm doing that black and white thing.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
it's really blowing up. Smartless. Okay, I'll check it out. Coming up on DBL, a grandma who went viral for her dating advice will be here live with her granddaughter to talk all about how they started a podcast together that tackles the generational differences in relationships. Ooh. Our viewers are talking about DBL. Yes!
I like that.
Leaves me speechless. I'm like blushing. Thank you, thank you. That's emotional. Do I want to sit there and watch them? Yes, I do.
Yeah,
No, it was.
Why don't you do some more impressions?
Do more. What I do?
So, Tori, we didn't get to your Tony's fandom. What's your favorite part of the night? Is it
The performances. And if you don't know the Lea Michele, what you just saw, don't rain on my parade. It's like one of the hardest musical songs to ever sing in life. I think it's written by Stephen Sondheim, I'm not sure. But the only person who could ever do it in this world was Barbra Streisand. And her big moment is her going like this, parade! And you see her face, and she's got the winged eyeliner, and it's very Barbara, right? Lea Michele has born trying to be Barbra Streisand, and has said that over and over again. She wanted this role so bad. Everyone didn't want her to be good because people don't really like Lea Michele. She turns out to be like amazing. So when she did that shot and went parade, and they shot over, it looked like Barbara. Like the mouth, the eyes, it sort of gave you the goosebumps that you would never think anyone else could do on that song. Unfortunately, Beanie Feldstein, who is Jonah Hill's sister, she took the role at first. And she was like, don't rain on my parade. And everyone's like, and then like the show, and then like Lea Michele's like, I can do it. I've been practicing for all this time. Right. And she came in, and the New York Times review guy was like, I don't want to like her. I sat there, I was like, it's gonna stink. The words, when she opened mouth, breathtaking.
Why don't people want to like her?
Because she's not quite nice on set, it turns out. There was a lot of stuff on Glee where she was allegedly a real jerk.
I think we covered that a couple years ago.
Yeah, she said things like, I'll do things to your wig, to some I mean, she was nasty. Welcome back to DBL. The saying goes, mother knows best, right, Mom? But what about grandmothers? Since she can remember, Kim has always turned to her grandma for advice on everything from fashion to dating, and the advice was just too good to keep within the family. So the two created their own podcast. Here to show us that Grandma Knows Best, please welcome to the show the host of Excuse My Grandma podcast, Kim Merstein and Grandma Gail.
All right, let's jump right in here. So, Kim, most people around your age avoid sharing any kind of dating news with their family, but you tell your grandmother everything. So when did you realize her advice should be shared with the world?
You know what? That's a really good point. And I think sometimes it is easier to skip a generation and kind of talk to a grandparent versus a parent. But now I'm trying to spread the message of being able to talk to any family member about this kind of stuff. And I think, honestly, I didn't really have a choice my whole life. She would ask me all of the questions and want to know everything. So I think on her part, just being really inquisitive about my life and her other grandchildren's lives as well is what forced us to be so close. But yeah, it really started mostly during the pandemic when I decided to move in with her and my grandfather in Florida and out of New York City, just to spend some time down there. I was going on dates and I really needed her advice then more than ever.
That's amazing.
I love this so much. Okay, so Grandma Gail, I know you're normally the advice giver, but what have you learned from Kim?
Well, I've learned from Kim that dating in 2023 is not much fun. That's the major thing. You know, they're afraid of commitment. They're afraid of making mistakes, which we didn't do. We just got married, and if mistakes happened, we got divorced. But this generation is much different. And I've learned a lot of stuff for the better. I mean, I now know about dating apps and stuff like, you know, those situations which certainly weren't around when I was dating. And for the most part, they're very sophisticated, smart young people, and they are much more aware of dating and the situations than I was in the 60s and the 50s.
Well, I want to follow up on what you just said because you have this unique perspective. What would you say, you know, the biggest difference between people that have dating apps available to them now as opposed to when you were dating? Like, do you think it's more advantageous to just kind of go in there and figure it out? Or do you kind of want to know a list of things about that person before you start dating them?
To be very truthful, Kimmy knows that I don't like dating apps. To me, if I had a choice, I would like her to meet somebody that either her friends knew or family picked up, somewhere where we knew the background and we knew where the man was coming from. But that's very hard to do today because, you know, in many cases, they're not in the same cities. They don't have as much resources to find young people. And we also got married really right out of college or high school where we had a closed community that was already in place. Now, you're in the workforce and it's very, very different. So I do see where the difference is. I don't love it, but Kim swears that they're all vetted now. So there are no mass killers on the websites.
Well, personally, I do go out from a dating app. I try to make sure I have at least one mutual friend with the person.
Smart.
So I'll look social media and kind of cross-check that. But I think it's all just an avenue. I wouldn't only do dating apps. I wouldn't only do family fix-ups. I wouldn't only go out with someone I met at a bar at 2 a.m. I feel like you kind of need a mix of everything.
Nice mix. All right, Kim, I want to stay with you here. Your grandma's advice has become extremely popular on TikTok, and she clearly gives good guidance despite how different things are nowadays. So what is the best piece of advice and the worst she's given you?
Yeah, so we're looking at some of the rules now, your audience, and I think rule number 5, I probably agree with the most, which is don't chase a guy unless you need to get those steps in. I think the guy should really come to you. You don't want to run after someone. Same kind of thing is like you always want the guy to like you a little more than you like them. Similar messaging there that I know a lot of people grew up with. But yeah, I think the worst advice she's probably given me, she likes to give people a lot of chances. So she would say go on 10 dates with someone before you make a decision whether you like them or not. I would probably say after 2 or 3, you get a pretty good idea of whether there's any type of connection.
And I don't agree with that. I still don't agree with that. I don't think you know the person after 2 or 3 dates. And I think that's the problem with the generation today. They're not giving somebody a chance. And they need to delve a little more deeply into the soul of their date and really understand where they're coming from. And 2 or 3 dates, you barely know their name. So So, or where they went to school, or where their family came from. So, I think they should be a little more patient. It's much more the impatience in the dating is something I don't quite understand.
But Grandma Gail, we have no attention span. You know what I mean? That's what's happening. DBL Nation, right? Exactly.
I know that.
I know. She's like, I gotcha. Check out Kim and Grandma Gail's podcast, Excuse My Grandma, and to learn more, we want you to go to their Instagram or TikTok at Excuse My Grandma. Ladies, this is fantastic.
You guys are great.
We love it, the idea of it. Continue on. Thank you so much for all of the time. We'll be right back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
On May 22nd, murder suspect Bryan Kohberger appeared before Latah County Judge John Judge.
You also have a right of silence. That right is protected under the Idaho and federal constitutions, so you can remain silent throughout these court proceedings, and that can't be held against you in any way.
In the courtroom, Kohberger was formally charged with the murders of Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. This was the first time Judge Judge has been involved, leading one viewer to ask, was the judge changed unexpectedly on the Moscow murders case? Let's verify. Our sources are Latah County District Court, the Idaho Supreme Court, and the Prosecuting Attorney's Office for Blaine County, Idaho. First of all, yes, there was a change of judges in the case. In his first court appearance back in January, Kohberger appeared before Judge Megan Marshall. She continued to oversee the case up until the grand jury issued its indictment. That's when court documents show Judge Judge took over. The reason for changing judges is due to the way that Idaho courts handle the flow of criminal justice cases. Before the grand jury indictment, the court was preparing for a preliminary hearing to determine if the case should proceed. As the Blaine County prosecutor explains, preliminary hearings are held in the lowest local court and without a jury. In the Moscow murders case, this meant the preliminary hearing was assigned to Judge Marshall in the magistrate court. The Idaho Supreme Court explains that magistrate judges hear less serious criminal matters as well as preliminary hearings. However, once the indictment came through, the preliminary hearing was no longer needed and the trial could proceed. At this point, the case was moved to district court, which Judge John Judge oversees. District court has jurisdiction over criminal cases and also includes a jury. So while there was a judge change, we can verify that no, it was not unexpected and was simply a part of the trial process. If you
Welcome back. As wildfire smoke blankets the United States, you may be wondering, should I exercise outside in these conditions? It's time for some joint and muscle support brought to you by Omega XL. So to find out what air quality range is safe for exercise, check the air quality index where you live. If the air quality is in the orange range, you got to make some modifications. Assuming the air quality is no worse than orange, an outdoor workout of about 30 minutes is reasonable. But if you feel any discomfort, take it inside. Next, avoid exercising before dawn or late at night. And lastly, if air pollution is at an orange level or higher, carry any medications you may need and take more breaks. Omega XL has improved the lives of millions of consumers, supported by 30 years of clinical research. Omega XL's powerful and proven benefits have transformed the lives of athletes, celebrities, and dedicated daily users. So call 1-800-813-6801 or visit omegaxl.com for more information. We'll be right back.
Former President Donald Trump has been indicted on 37 counts related to mishandling classified documents after he left office. Court records reveal FBI agents took 11 sets of classified records from former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate during a search on August 8th. In an August 12th post on Truth Social, a social media platform he founded, Trump claimed that the documents were all declassified. The former president's comments prompted several of our viewers, including Beverly and Carol, to ask, can the president declassify documents? So let's verify. Our sources are the U.S. Constitution, Executive Order 13526, Cal McClanahan, Executive Director of the National Security Counselors, a nonprofit public interest law firm, and Richard Immerman, professor and historian at Temple University. According to our sources, a president does have the authority to declassify documents while they're in office, but it isn't a formal process. Let me walk you through the levels of classification in the U.S. government and when presidents can and cannot exercise their power to declassify government records. The 3 levels of classification in the U.S. government are confidential, secret, and top secret. National security expert Cal McClanahan says the classification assigned to a document dictates
the level of damage that its release would cause to the national security of the United States.
According to the National Archives, a select group of government officials have classification authority, including the president, vice president, and agency heads. But let's focus on the president. The Supreme Court ruled the president's power over classified information comes from executive authority granted by the Constitution. A sitting U.S. president has wide-ranging authority to classify and declassify certain documents, but a former president does not. To classify a document, a sitting president has to make a plausible argument that it's related to national security, according to McClanahan. But he says there isn't the same requirement for declassifying documents.
He doesn't have to give any reason for declassifying it. He can just say, I decide that this should be declassified, and it's declassified.
According to our sources, there isn't a formal protocol the president has to follow in order to declassify government information. But historian Richard Immerman says there is an informal one that presidents generally follow. First, the president consults all departments and agencies that have an interest in a classified document. They provide an assessment as to whether the document should stay classified for national security reasons, and if there's a dispute among the agencies, they debate it. But ultimately, it's the president that makes the decision on declassification. So we can verify, yes, a president can declassify documents, but there isn't a set protocol that they have to follow. So what about the documents found at Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate? Well, there are other federal laws that bar a former president from taking government documents, regardless of whether or not they were declassified. With your Verify, I'm Ariane Till. Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Before we go, we want to give a big DBL shout out to Rob Reel, our city cam operator. Happy birthday, Rob! We'll see you guys. DBL's new every day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
Have either of you ridden horseback on a beach? That is a huge bucket list for me.
I feel like a huge hospital bill for you.
You are literally a Ken doll.
Wow.
It is life.
No, Thank
it's a
you.
compliment. Do I look relaxed? Yeah. It's moving. Sorry, we have a spider. Chris, it's moving. Can we just...
Y'all, seriously.
Sorry. Okay, let's get right to it.
I can't take this anymore.
Talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
Amy Schumer calls out celebrities who lie about being on Ozempic. Like, shut the up. Plus, Kristin Davis looks back on getting ridiculed for getting facial fillers. Crazy sports videos, from a pro golfer getting tackled by security to Conor McGregor's skit with a mascot going very wrong. IDINA MENZEL tells us all about unleashing her inner disco diva.
He needs to see his mommy bring the house down.
Yeah. And we've got all the highlights from Broadway's biggest night.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. I am Tori. I'm in for Sam. Hello to you all, and to you all, and to you guys in the studio. Hey.
All right.
Is Sam back yet?
No. She's coming back tomorrow, don't you worry. Everyone is talking about a new class of weight loss drugs like Ozempic or Wegovy, but if you take one of these drugs for weight loss, should you have to tell the truth about how you're losing the weight? What if you're a celebrity and you have people looking up to you? That is the question we're asking after Amy Schumer blasted stars who lie about their new skinny figures. Here's what she said to Andy on Andy Cohen's Watch What Happens Live.
Yeah. And everybody lying. Everyone's like, a smaller portion. Like, shut the up.
Right.
You're on Ozempic or one of those things.
Or Wegovy or whatever.
Yeah, or you got work done. Like, just stop. Like a year ago, I tried it.
Okay.
You know, it's like, you know, you try it. And I was one of the people that felt like so sick and like couldn't like play with my son. I was so skinny and I was just like he was throwing a ball at me and I was just, and you're like, okay, this isn't livable for me.
Okay, so here's the question I'm going to pose to you. Should stars be honest about taking weight loss drugs or not? I want you to go to dblvote.com to weigh in on this topic. Meanwhile, I'm going to throw it to you guys. I think you should be, only because in this age of transparency, teenagers are living with anorexia, bulimia, and suicide at such an unbelievable rate. There's no con to coming out and saying, yes, I am.
I would argue there's a con. What do you think, Erica? I'll get in, but yeah, I'm curious.
No, I've thought about this a lot because when I used to do fitness competitions, I used to be very transparent about my journey because one, I was so miserable. I just wanted to share it with other people.
Honestly,
So people would be like, some people would be like, oh, this is, you know, inspirational. I'm going to try this. Other people were like, we don't need to know. Like, basically, don't tell us so much. And I honestly was kind of transparent about it too because I knew I wasn't going to look like that forever. Which is the same case with a lot of people who are taking these drugs. They're not going to look like this forever. I think where the lines get blurred is when you have a particular brand and then all of a sudden your brand is about health and fitness, but a part of that is because you're on these drugs. That's when I think when you're talking about a con or not being forthcoming, that's when I think it becomes problematic.
I agree with it. You were shaking your head, yes?
Yeah, I agree with that. If you're documenting your journey, you should be forthright. Is that the right word?
Yeah. Good job.
It's Monday. Yeah, you should be forthright. I would totally be honest. Like, this is what I'm doing, and this is why I'm doing it, and this is the results, right? I want to help other people if it works for me. But I don't think you need to necessarily tell people. If you're an actress, again, sorry, my earpiece. If you're an actress and you're just getting in shape for a role or something, it's like, I don't need to tell you everything. But if you are doing that purposely, that's what your Instagram's about, you should be honest about it.
I agree. Al, you disagree?
I disagree just on its surface. I totally understand what you're saying. And I think knowing all three of you guys talking to you every day for 6 years, I honestly believe that's what you guys would do. But what if your agent said, hey, Erica, ixnay on saying stuff about having cool sculpting or anything done that they feel like maybe the average fan wouldn't get or, you know, might affect a branding deal that they have lined up for you? Then I think that's where the question comes in. Are you a celebrity that wants to be transparent with your followers, but at the same time, if it's not really hurting them and it's going to maybe cost you, you know, a branding deal with Gold's Gym or something, then when money's on the table, are you going to be transparent? And I don't know if it's fair to ask somebody to turn down money to be transparent and get zero money for that.
Which I hear, but let's hear from our chat. Keith just wrote in, if you idolize someone, it's important for you in your own journey and self-esteem to know they are still human and results are attainable. And sometimes with Ozempic, that's not attainable unless you tell them, I'm getting this extra help. So
Right.
I see your point because it could be money out of your pocket.
Well, yeah, but to your point earlier, that's money out of your pocket that you're willing to profit off a con. I mean, now you're saying, okay, don't say that you're using this product because we have this deal lined up for you that's going to pay you for not saying how you look the way that you look.
Yeah, that's
so
fishy.
now it becomes a moral, a moral compass issue. Like, all right, am I going to say, yes, I got in shape by going to whatever gym every single day, or are you going to say, hey, this is how I lost the weight and this is how I'm toning my body. This is how I'm continuing to keep up these results.
I'd say the first part, then cash a check.
You're the worst. Let us see what the results
That's
are.
what I would do.
82% of you say yes. So an overwhelming majority say yes, you should. Interesting. On a related note, Kristin Davis, you know Charlotte, she's opening up about her own efforts to look younger for the cameras. Now, in an interview with The Telegraph, Kristin said she's done fillers and it's been both good and bad, saying she had to get them dissolved and said she was ridiculed relentlessly for them. Kristin went on to say, quote, I have shed tears about it. It's very stressful. You're trusting doctors, but people personally blame us when it goes wrong, as if I jabbed a needle in my face. Kristin said that when she had some work done on her lips, no one told her that she didn't look good for the longest time, until eventually a good friend decided to be frank with her. So would you tell a friend they look ridiculous?
Yes.
I believe so, yes.
Jeff?
Great friend, a really good friend.
Top tier friend.
Absolutely.
And-
yes, I would.
Okay, good.
Otherwise, if it was an acquaintance, I don't know if it's my place, especially in today's society, to do that, right? As a friend, I would hope you did that to me, even if it was my acquaintance. But to say that to, especially a woman, I'm going to say that? No. Hey, you look great.
And that's where we are, Jeff. It's funny, but it's also like I'm sitting next to somebody who has pulled me aside throughout these 6 years and been like, hey, you need to fix that, or that didn't come off great, or maybe you should call them and tell them this is what you meant. Because a lot of people, the person that you're telling that to, you have to be absolutely sure that they are capable of taking that in, processing that. It's not a personal attack, but really a thing to help them and move forward. And a lot of people aren't there yet.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean, there were times in my life I wasn't there yet. But you also, even if it is a close friend, you need to make sure that they are in a position where they can receive that, because it can forever alter the friendship. But if you think that they can receive it no matter how bad it is, Tori, we joke around, but I tell you, you look wonderful today. I'm not feeling the hair today.
Totally.
But we're brother and sister. I can say whatever and vice versa.
And it's also because I think you're such a good girl dad that he's like, let me take a look at you. Hold on, spin, turn. It's so nice that you give your thoughts and care, because I would give it back to you. You look great in mint, by the way.
Thank you.
But
Shout out Ebony.
Shout out Ebony. But when I got Botox and it spocked, which you look like Dr. Spock, Sam ran right over it. She goes, you look terrible. You got to get a spot here and a spot here, and they'll drop. Thank God for people like that, and I expect all of you to do that for me.
Well, I also think it's hard when it's you. People always ask, well, why didn't they see it? And I think that a part of the reason why people don't see it is a part of the same reason why they get it to begin with. And I think there's almost like a dysmorphia issue there, where you're not seeing it from you kind of have to be removed a little bit. But ultimately, I didn't know the term spocked until, and Jeff has said this before, so I'm not putting him out there.
No, we're friends. You should.
Jeff got spocked.
I got spocked, and I thought, hey man, it's just doing its job. You know what I mean? And then until someone pointed out, I'm like, it's a little crazy. And then I had to get the tube, bink, bink, and it came down. But at the time, I was like, dude, let's go for it. You know what I mean? I was like, I thought that's just what it did.
I'm killing it.
I'm like 22. I just got carded. Yeah.
Oh man, and we're all like, oh my God. All right, coming up on DBL, our interview with IDINA Menzel, the one and only. She's telling us all about her new album that's a major nod to disco. And why did this pro golfer get tackled by security? We're going to talk about it next. Hey DBL Nation, today IDINA Menzel is here to tell us all about her new disco album. Plus, TikTok's 80-year-old dating guru is sharing why there's no such thing as the perfect partner. That's today only on DBL.
Expressive in my
so it wasn't as we're talking about Jeff's single spocking. It was just really one.
No, it was both.
It was both?
It was
maybe one more than the other.
But you really, the eyebrows, the
because I'm
corners went up.
expressive anyway.
Right.
That was just another level. They were up here. Remember when, I always go back to Seinfeld. Remember when Uncle Leo, they drew and they're like, Leo, why are you being so aggressive? And he's like, aggressive? And he had his eyebrows and he drew it in his chart. Did you ever see that? It's so funny.
There's also a meme, if you didn't know, of a wife who had a little baby and she drew big eyebrows on it and then surprised the husband, and he turns and he like laughs. I know this story doesn't sound good, but it's a good video. I regretted starting this story as soon as I said it. Like, you know, I'm
Wait,
sorry.
is that the end of it?
It's almost like you got to see it.
Yeah, I should have not have started that.
You don't subscribe to describing a video that people have never seen?
I'm always like, anytime we have, like, inevitably, over the course of years, one of us will tell a story, and it's like, sometimes when you're on television, you got to show people.
Yeah.
Like, there's just an aesthetic value to some stories.
It's a visual medium. It's a visual medium.
Is anybody doing anything for the finals tonight?
I'm going to the bar where the guy, I told you guys all this, as soon as the Nuggets, he sits by himself, and every time we score a big point, he goes, "What kind of roll?" And the whole bar goes, "Cinnamon."
I don't understand
And we don't know why.
She has been telling that story
I know.
for weeks. I feel like I need to go to this bar
I
to
know.
understand.
You're going to go,
treated
and
me
it's going to
like-
be underwhelming. It's going to be 11
No,
people
it's
there.
so fun. And someone's like, "Do you know that guy?" I'm like, "No." Apparently he's been doing it for years. Don't know why.
Take that coffee.
Welcome back to DBL. Check this out. A pro golfer was tackled by security at the Canadian Open this weekend. Adam Hadwin was running to celebrate a fellow Canadian's big win at the Open, spraying champagne everywhere, when security mistook him for a fan and I didn't see the video. Oh, that was funny. Also, Nick Taylor sunk this amazing 72-foot long putt to win the title. He is the first Canadian to win the country's national title since 1954. That's 69 years. It was also the longest putt of his PGA Tour career. How hard is it to sink a 70-foot long putt?
Jeff, you golf?
I mean, percentage-wise, it's less than 5%, I would say, because sometimes they throw it up on the screen. But especially with the pressure of, if I sink this, I win.
And I'm Canadian.
Right? Otherwise, he would have to follow it up, hopefully, with another one. They go to a playoff. But to do that, you're Canadian in your home country, and you drop that putt with the weather, too. It was raining, so the conditions weren't the same. That is like, obviously, he's going to remember that for the rest of his life, and so will the guy who got tackled celebrated.
What are your thoughts about the tackling, Erica?
Well, security was doing their job.
I agree with Erica.
But you know that. Well, maybe he should have had a uniform on.
And that's why I was. Even if this was me that was tackled, if that was my friend that I would say I was celebrating, I would rather that, and we have some apologies, and maybe I have bruised ribs, because that was like maybe he missed his calling. He looked like a linebacker clearing out the hole there. That was impressive. But I'd rather have that than have somebody say, "Oh, I thought you knew him," and we're doing a way different story today. It's a very difficult situation when it's chaotic. There's no kind of guardrails or anything, and everybody's dressed the same.
Yep.
How do you know, like, who's there for the right reasons and who's there for others?
He did his job very well, I thought.
Very well.
Very well.
Yes.
Ooh. All right, we've got another viral sports video for you. This is insane. UFC star Conor McGregor took part in a pre-planned skit, meaning this was pre-planned. Good job, Tori. During halftime at the NBA Finals, he was supposed to get into this altercation with the Heat's mascot, Bernie. All right, it was all to promote a pain medication spray. Things did not go quite as planned. Check this out. McGregor punches the mascot, sending him to the floor. Then he punches him again while he was down. You don't do that. But the prank reportedly then sent the mascot straight to the hospital. But not to worry, he is. Did they just drag him out?
Yes.
He is doing okay. Following all the punches, McGregor sprayed Bernie with the pain medication spray. No word if it actually helped with the pain or not. Is this McGregor's fault or not? Now, just so you guys know, he was booed by the crowd previous to this. So in my mind, and maybe Al's mind, you were saying he was kind of worked up and angry and kind of took it out on the mascot. This is assault.
This is ridiculous.
That's assault.
This is ridiculous. Yes, I worked in arena for 4 seasons with the Denver Nuggets, and in arena entertainment is what we're watching right there.
Right.
And like, if you're going to do something like this is pre-planned. There has to have been a conversation that this was just going to be a skit, that you hold the punch. You don't punch someone like.
Couldn't he be then arrested? I mean, like.
No.
Why?
No, because this was planned. First of all, you don't do tricks with tigers and bears and then ask why you get bitten after. You hire a professional fighter to do this, and he's out there, he's maybe whatever's going on, he's pumped up. He probably thinks, I'm not going to hurt this guy. I don't think he was going out there trying to hurt him. I think he's a professional fighter. He was going out there doing the best that he can, and it was an accident.
But you don't think
it's not assault?
It doesn't
he got
look
paid
like an
to do
accident
that.
when you lay somebody out and
plus,
then you punch them again.
Plus, the Nuggets are playing for the championship tonight.
Jeff, you know
no one liked that over here? What's up? Yeah.
I'm with you for most of it. You know what it was? It was the second punch. When he's down, that he lines up and he hits him again, and his leg flinches in a way. Because watch that one,
assault.
his head hits the back.
It's not assault. He got paid for it.
No, he got paid to pull a punch in a pre-planned skit.
No, it's like putting the animal to sleep after it bites you because you made it ride a tricycle.
He's a human being, not an animal. He should know better, no? Okay, people. Denver Nuggets? Yay! Okay, coming up on DBL, IDINA Menzel is sharing why her new album is a love letter to her queer fans. That's coming up next.
On May 22nd, murder suspect Bryan Kohberger appeared before Latah County Judge John Judge.
You also have a right of silence. That right is protected under the Idaho and federal constitutions, so you can remain silent throughout these court proceedings, and that can't be held against you in any way.
In the courtroom, Kohberger was formally charged with the murders of Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. This was the first time Judge Judge has been involved, leading one viewer to ask, was the judge changed unexpectedly on the Moscow murders case? Let's verify. Our sources are Latah County District Court, the Idaho Supreme Court, and the Prosecuting Attorney's Office for Blaine County, Idaho. First of all, yes, there was a change of judges in the case. In his first court appearance back in January, Kohberger appeared before Judge Megan Marshall. She continued to oversee the case up until the grand jury issued its indictment. That's when court documents show Judge Judge took over. The reason for changing judges is due to the way that Idaho courts handle the flow of criminal justice cases. Before the grand jury indictment, the court was preparing for a preliminary hearing to determine if the case should proceed. As the Blaine County prosecutor explains, preliminary hearings are held in the lowest local court and without a jury. In the Moscow murders case, this meant the preliminary hearing was assigned to Judge Marshall in the magistrate court. The Idaho Supreme Court explains that magistrate judges hear less serious criminal matters as well as preliminary hearings. However, once the indictment came through, the preliminary hearing was no longer needed and the trial could proceed. At this point, the case was moved to district court, which Judge John Judge oversees. District court has jurisdiction over criminal cases and also includes a jury. So while there was a judge change, we can verify that no, it was not unexpected and was simply a part of the trial process. If you...
Welcome back. That is new music from IDINA Menzel. The song is called Move, and it's the perfect dance vibe for your summer playlist. Earlier, we were honored to be joined by the Tony Award-winning Broadway diva. Take a look.
Hi, Dina. Welcome to DBL and happy Pride.
Hi, everyone. Happy Pride.
So excited to have you here. So your LGBTQ plus fans are excited about your new album, Drama Queen. Now, did you have them in mind when you were making the album?
I've been in London many times for work, and when I go there, I usually show up at a club. It's called Heaven. It's part of the GAY circuit, and I show up around 1 in the morning, and I do a little gig, and I have the best time. It's like with thousands of sweaty, beautiful people, and we're laughing and we're crying together, and they're packed up against the stage. I could practically stage dive. So I just had the best time. So when I was thinking about what do I want to do for our next album, you know, I don't want to worry about what's expected of me, and I just want to do music I love, but what could support a big voice, you know, so I could really sing big melodies. And I thought like disco, dance music was great. I mean, Donna Summer, Barbara Streisand had days. Then Cher came back around to dance. So that's kind of my thinking.
So you brought your 13-year-old son Walker with you to a recent Pride event where you performed. So why was it important for you to share that experience with him?
First of all, he needs to see his mommy bring the house down. Yeah. He's 13, and he could give a, he doesn't care what the hell I've been doing. So I need him to see like cool mom, you know, like a lot of people think I'm cool, honey. But also, awesome. I just want him to be, I just wanted him to be a part of it and be a part of the celebration. He's got many friends and family who are part of the community, and I knew he'd want to be there.
What's the biggest difference between singing your dance music live and being on a Broadway stage?
They're kind of very similar to me. Live performance is similar, period. It fills me with something that is hard for me to explain, but I feel like I'm transported on a good day. On a bad day, I'm filled with lots of noise in my head and, a saboteur that's saying, you're a fraud. But let's stay on the positive.
I feel you are speaking my language. I was talking with Kami. I did a show last night, and we were just saying, like, you have to fight that voice that's in your head. Like, you don't deserve to be here. They're all going to figure out you're terrible after the show.
Imposter
syndrome. And I was telling my friend, you have to think about, like, what a crazy narcissist with a fraction of your talent would say. Like, I'm awesome. And take a little bit of their personality and apply it. Because artists, we always are like, that was terrible. And, I have trouble releasing albums because I'm always, I could do that a little bit better. So I really appreciate what you're saying.
Yes, and and then add to it being told you're a role model to young people. Because your characters, Elphaba and Elsa, who are all about embracing who they are and allowing this incredible power to come out. And then you're, 50-year-old woman and you don't feel like getting out of bed once. And then you have to go sing Defying Gravity and let it go. So the dichotomy of that, the hypocrisy of that is something that I contend with, but I also look at it as a gift because this way it's not me always being the role model. It's sort of having, looking at a sea of kids in blue dresses sometimes and reminding myself, what I need to do.
I want to ask you about this. I have to. I'm a Jew. I got to ask you this. After starring in Uncut Gems with Adam Sandler, you're teaming back up with him for this new movie. Are you ready? It's called You're So Not Invited to My Bat Mitzvah. Yes.
You're going to love it.
I can't wait. Tell us about the movie. What's the best part also about working with Adam?
Working with Adam, you'll find that no matter who you speak to about Adam Sandler, they all say the same thing, that he's just the most generous, loving, person to work with. He makes everyone around him feel like $1 million.
IDINA, thank you so much. Congratulations. DBL Nation, her new album, Drama Queen, will be out August 18th.
Look at the cover.
Great cover.
Thank you for your honesty.
Yeah, you're great.
It's refreshing. We could talk to you forever.
I know. We'll be right back. Thank you so much. We love you.
Former President Donald Trump has been indicted on 37 counts related to mishandling classified documents after he left office. Court records reveal FBI agents took 11 sets of classified records from former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate during a search on August 8th. In an August 12th post on Truth Social, a social media platform he founded, Trump claimed that the documents were all declassified. The former president's comments prompted several of our viewers, including Beverly and Carol, to ask, can the president declassify documents? So let's verify. Our sources are the U.S. Constitution, Executive Order 13526, Cal McClanahan, Executive Director of the National Security Counselors, a nonprofit public interest law firm, and Richard Immerman, professor and historian at Temple University. According to our sources, a president does have the authority to declassify documents while they're in office, but it isn't a formal process. Let me walk you through the levels of classification in the U.S. government and when presidents can and cannot exercise their power to declassify government records. The 3 levels of classification in the U.S. government are confidential, secret, and top secret. National security expert Kel McClanahan says the classification assigned to a document dictates
the level of damage that its release would cause to the national security of the United States.
According to the National Archives, a select group of government officials have classification authority, including the president, vice president, and agency heads. But let's focus on the president. The Supreme Court ruled the president's power over classified information comes from executive authority granted by the Constitution. A sitting U.S. president has wide-ranging authority to classify and declassify certain documents, but a former president does not. To classify a document, a sitting president has to make a plausible argument that it's related to national security, according to McClanahan. But he says there isn't the same requirement for declassifying documents.
He doesn't have to give any reason for declassifying it. He can just say, I decide that this should be declassified, and it's declassified.
According to our sources, there isn't a formal protocol the president has to follow in order to declassify government information. But historian Richard Immerman says there is an informal one that presidents generally follow. First, the president consults all departments and agencies that have an interest in a classified document. They provide an assessment as to whether the document should stay classified for national security reasons, and if there's a dispute among the agencies, they debate it. But ultimately, it's the president that makes the decision on declassification. So we can verify, yes, a president can declassify documents, but there isn't a set protocol that they have to follow. So what about the documents found at Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate? Well, there are other federal laws that bar a former president from taking government documents, regardless of whether or not they were declassified. With your Verify, I'm Ariane Till. Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
We love sharing your comments. This is from Kimberly about the NBA Finals tonight.
All right.
Kimberly says, as much as I want the Nuggets to win it all, I'd love to see Miami make it interesting tonight. Boo.
Why are you leading the crowd like that? Let people make their own decisions.
Okay, how does everyone feel?
Yeah.
You don't think Miami's an inspiring story?
I do, but I want the Nuggets to do it. Come on, the Joker. Is that right? If
Yes.
you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online. Watch on YouTube, dailyblastlive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what is ahead. We're talking with a grandma who went viral on TikTok for her takes on dating. And we've got the highlights from Broadway's biggest night at the Tony Awards. It's good, it's big, and you gotta stay tuned for it all.
Spending the day outside during the summer means arming yourself with citronella candles and lots of bug spray to fend off the mosquitoes. But is there a better way to keep those bloodsuckers away? This Instagram video with nearly 500,000 views claims that bubbles will do the trick. But is that true? Let's verify. Our sources are the Cleveland Clinic, Terminex, and Dr. Floyd Shockley, an entomologist at the National Museum of Natural History. Shockley says,
there's no particular reason why bubbles of any kind would have a particular impact on mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes find humans through the carbon dioxide we emit and our natural body odors. And some people are just more attractive to mosquitoes. Shockley says that doesn't change just because there's something else with a different smell nearby, like soapy bubble solution. In fact, according to the Cleveland Clinic, the floral scents common in soaps used to make bubbles actually attract mosquitoes. So we can verify, no, bubbles do not repel mosquitoes. But if we look back at that viral video, there is something that could help keep the mosquitoes away. The bubble machine. But it's not because of the bubbles. It's the fan.
Mosquitoes don't like flying in wind. They're not very good at it. And so that has been shown to sometimes reduce the number of mosquitoes in a particular area.
Terminex, a pest control company, says fans can disperse carbon dioxide and odors that mosquitoes use to locate you. With your Verify, I'm Adiante Till.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No.
Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
At least I didn't fake it, I guess I didn't make it. Get ready for me, love, cause I'm a comer. I simply gotta march my heart to drum. I know, nobody, oh nobody is gonna rain on me.
Welcome to Daily Blast Live. I'm Tori. I'm in for Sam. That was Leah Michelle performing Don't Rain on My Parade at last night's Tony Awards. If you didn't know, I'm somewhat of a musical theater person. Ariana DeBose hosted the event again, but this year the show was unscripted because the writers are still on strike. Despite the hurdle, there were lots of memorable moments, including a historic moment when Alex Newell and Jay Harrison Gee became the first non-binary performers to win acting Tony Awards. Here's what Alex said.
This my entire life. I should not be up here as a queer, non-binary, fat, black little baby from Massachusetts. And to anyone that thinks that they can't do it, I'm going to look you dead in your face that you can do anything you put your mind to.
And again, I want to get their name right. It was Alex Newell. I wanted to make sure that is correct. What did you guys think of that brilliant speech?
I mean, it's always so inspirational when you see someone who has worked their entire lives to get to this point and we get to see their moment. And it's even more inspirational when they are the first to be it so others can see it. And that was an example of what that was last night.
Do you know how scary it is if you can't see it? You told Eric, you say the phrase.
No, let's leave it there.
The phrase that Eric is so good at saying, if you
know, when
if
I
you
first
can
saw that,
see it, you can be it.
Right. Yes, when I first saw that clip, I thought so much about you, and some of this is also on us as a people in general, because we make this mistake every single year. Every single year, like American Idol, there'll be some skinny guy that's got this huge voice. It doesn't matter what the person looks like. There's just sometimes it's just inside of people, this talent that is coming out. And we keep going, well, they have to look like this. The talent inside of you doesn't know or care what you look like. And when we start to open up our field of vision to figure out that, like, we just want to see the best at what they do out there. I don't care what you look like. It's going to open up a whole new world. But we're going to find so many other people that feel like, well, I look like this, so I can't be the best gospel singer. Get out there. Let's see what you got. I want it to be based on talent, and we just saw some right there.
There's amazing talent in that.
I think Erica said it.
Yeah.
I think we were done after that.
I did want to get to this. It's going viral. It's actress Danae Benton. She gave a little speech, and there has a moment that went very viral. I wondered if we could quickly play that.
And while I am certain that the current governor of my home state of Florida will be changing.
I just wanted to get people's thoughts on that.
Yeah, Jeff.
I could dive in, I guess. Here's my thing. It's Monday. I want to get to the Sean Hayes clip, too, because I'm very happy with him. Here's what I don't like about that comment. When you say a comment like that, you could say, I don't like people's politics, or I don't like what they represent. But to say Grand Wizard or to call someone Hitler, we're going too far. It's just too far. No matter what you think of the man, he's not a grand wizard. Horrific things happen to people from that organization, to black people. Hitler killed thousands of people in a horrific way. So to compare people to these monsters throughout our history is not a fair comparison. If I won an award and I said Joe Biden's a pedophile because he has a video about his popcorn clip with his hairy legs, it's going to an extreme that you shouldn't go to. And these labels that we put on people these days are very harming. They're very damaging to a person's personality. And I understand how people feel about Ron DeSantis, and there's an argument the other way. But we have to reel it in when we go through these historic names like Hitler and compare someone to that.
Here's the issue, though, Jeff. Hitler wasn't born Hitler. Grandmasters weren't born grandmasters. The KKK gained so much steam and were effective at their oppression and dissemination of a race at certain points because no one said anything, and they didn't say anything early. So when we have these moments where people are very boldly and bravely taking to a stance to say, if we don't know our history and we don't know the fact that these organizations didn't rise to power out of nowhere. You know, it didn't happen overnight. It happened because people felt like it was uncomfortable to speak out. They were fearful of speaking out. So these are moments of protest and they're moments of resistance, and that's what we're seeing. So I understand at this juncture, DeSantis is not a grand wizard.
How many people did DeSantis murder? How many people?
Jeff, I think the point that I'm making...
I'm getting your point, but I'm saying I think we're taking it too far.
Because right now, DeSantis is responsible for a lot of legislation in order to contribute to the erasure of LGBTQIA+ people. That is dangerous. It's as dangerous as any historical erasure or dissemination of a people and in any context.
And I get what you're saying, and so is this conversation for me, to be quite frank with you. I'm just making the comparison that he didn't murder anybody. When you bring LGBTQ in the black community, it looks like I'm trying to defend a racist. That's not what I'm doing here. I'm trying to say when people use an example of a horrific thing that happened in history, that's not what DeSantis is. I'm not defending DeSantis. I don't care what people think about him. I'm saying he is not that person. He is not that person throughout history. And I think it's an easy applaud when you go up there and you label someone that, because everyone in the room might feel the same way, but it's very damaging to people.
Let me jump in, because I'm listening to you guys talk, and I appreciate being able to hear two friends have different opinions about a very touchy subject. I think my issue with that statement is just that here we are talking about Ron DeSantis when we should be celebrating this incredible moment. And I always ask myself, when it comes to these politicians, a lot of them are actors and don't believe a word or live a word of what they say. Do they get every second of our lives? Like, do we always have to talk about these every second, though, Tori?
She had a spotlight for a minute, and she decided to use that so that we're having this conversation.
I get that. I get that. But it's like, I don't know. I just feel like it's sometimes there's a lot of people that she works with and she loved, and a lot of great moments and anecdotes, and people that drove her to play practice, and people that stayed up all night going over lines, and they have a space in her life, too. And what it's going to do is it's going to trend, and Ron DeSantis will have a tweet, and it's going to be back in this disgusting spiral where we have to listen to this venom being spewed all over the place instead of hearing an incredible speech from these incredibly talented people that have to talk about these fake human beings. Your politicians are not real people in any way.
But Al, they're making real laws, and those real laws affect real people.
Yes,
and there's suicides attached.
But let's get to why that's happening, and it's not just them. It's gerrymandering. There's a reason that the things that they're peddling are wildly unpopular, but they still pass because the way our country is set up, Wyoming can cancel out California. So I don't want to hear anything about like, well, half the country. It's not even close. But because we're cutting up our country in these little fiefdoms, it looks like, oh, Lauren Boebert, who's anti-premarital sex at a 36-year-old grandmother, she gets to have a lot to say. We have to talk about her instead of these incredibly talented people. I'm so tired of these corny people. And
I'm with you, and I appreciate you saying that.
I just want to hear from her and not talk about DeSantis for 1 minute, you know? But I get what she's saying, and I applaud her using her platform to do that. So I don't want that to be lost.
Yeah.
I think it's a great discussion, and then very fair.
Sorry to get into gerrymandering. You see what y'all did?
But I think some of your frustration now is kind of like mine. It's gotten to a level where it's out of control now. Right. And if you try to defend one side or the other, I come off as racist and homophobic.
I don't think you did.
Because I'm trying to defend someone who doesn't need to be defended. I'm not for DeSantis or this situation. I'm just saying the labels that we put on people now stick with them, and it's very harmful, right? And I'm speaking from a person, from someone that has a label on them.
Right, but Jeff, I think that that's a false equivalency to, I understand where you're coming from and how it is personal to you.
Yes.
But it's a very false equivalency for someone who is actively trying to remove labels in terms of identity from people to be labeled. That's an energy thing. That's whatever you do will be done onto you.
True.
And I think that having someone use one of their biggest moments is a very selfless thing, actually, because let me tell you, it is not really that fun when there's like backlash coming at you because you made a decision to stand up for the oppressed. You made a decision to use your platform, not for yourself, but for everyone that you can benefit. That is not like, you know, it's not a vacation. So anytime someone's strong enough to do that and feels emboldened enough to do that for the greater good of a demographic that is completely marginalized and attempted to be erased, I'm going to applaud that because I understand how difficult that is.
Yeah.
So as opposed to like thinking about it as the moment and the labeling, I think it's almost like we're casting too broad of a net on labeling in general. There are some people who deserve and need to be labeled because they have an effect on our entire country. So
yeah, I hear. I think
we're just
we could keep going in circles. I just think, again, to label someone Hitler or Grandmaster, those are horrific things. And to think that your situation in 2023 is what people went through 150 years ago is I don't know. You tell me. Do you think it's the same thing?
It's yet. And now we have people who are speaking out. We have people who are marching in the streets. We have people who are actively protesting. We have the ability to understand that because we know our history, we're able to do something not to repeat it. And a part of that is getting very comfortable with being uncomfortable. And that is not easy to do.
That's the best part about our show. Great conversation. Sean Hayes, this is a little palate cleanser, can also add Tony Award winner to his resume. The former Will and Grace star won for lead actor in a play for his role in Goodnight, Oscar. During his acceptance speech, he showed his hubby some love. Take a look.
Oh my God, this has got to be the first time an Oscar won a Tony. But I want to thank, I'm shaking. I can't believe this is so surreal. First of all, my husband, Scotty, it's Scotty, right? Yeah. I never can get it right. You are my purpose every single day of my life.
Isn't that so cute? You knew about Scotty beforehand, right?
Well, I watch Smartless, or I listen to the podcast, and I love it. And he always mentions Scotty. So it's, if you don't know it, Sean Hayes, Will Arnett, and Jason Bateman. Hilarious podcast. But he's also like, hey, Scotty, guess who's on? So like when they have someone come on, he's like, oh my God, Scotty's got to see this. So it's nice to put a face to the name. And I've been a fan of Sean Hayes for so long.
And see, I know Smartless now because it's on Netflix too.
Yeah, it is on Netflix.
Really blowing up.
HBO.
Yeah, I'm blowing that black and white thing.
Yes.
It's really blowing up. Smartless. Okay, I'll check it out. Coming up on DBL, a grandma who went viral for her dating advice will be here live with her granddaughter to talk all about how they started a podcast together that tackles the generational differences in relationships. Ooh. Our viewers are talking about DBL. Yes!
I like that.
Leaves me speechless. I'm like blushing. Thank you, thank you. That's emotional. Do I want to sit there and watch them? Yes, I do.
Yeah,
No, it was. It was.
Why don't you do some more impressions?
Do more. What are you?
So, Tori, we didn't get to your Tony's fandom. What's your favorite part of the night? Is it
The performances. And if you don't know the Leah Michelle, what you just saw, don't rain on my parade. It's like one of the hardest musical songs to ever sing in life. I think it's written by Stephen Sondheim, I'm not sure. But the only person who could ever do it in this world was Barbra Streisand. And her big moment is her going like this, parade! And you see her face, and she's got the winged eyeliner, and it's very Barbara, right? Leah Michelle has born trying to be Barbra Streisand, and has said that over and over again. She wanted this role so bad. Everyone didn't want her to be good because people don't really like Leah Michelle. she turns out to be like amazing. So when she did that shot and went parade, and they shot over, it looked like Barbara. Like the mouth, the eyes, it sort of gave you the goosebumps that you would never think anyone else could do on that song. Unfortunately, Beanie Feldstein, who is Jonah Hill's sister, she took the role at first. And she was like, don't rain on my parade. And everyone's like, and then like the show, and then like Lea Michele's like, I can do it. I've been practicing for all this time. Right. And she came in and the New York Times review guy was like, I don't want to like her. I sat there, I was like, it's gonna stink. The words, when she opened mouth, breathtaking.
Why don't people want to like her?
Because she's not quite nice on set, it turns out. There was a lot of stuff on Glee where she was allegedly a real jerk.
I think we covered that a couple years ago.
Yeah, she said things like, I'll do things to your wig, to some crap. I mean, she was nasty. Welcome back to DBL. The saying goes, mother knows best, right, Mom? But what about grandmothers? Since she can remember, Kim has always turned to her grandma for advice on everything from fashion to dating, and the advice was just too good to keep within the family. So the two created their own podcast. Here to show us that Grandma Knows Best, please welcome to the show the host of Excuse My Grandma podcast, Kim Merstein and Grandma Gail.
All right, let's jump right in here. So, Kim, most people around your age avoid sharing any kind of dating news with their family, but you tell your grandmother everything. So when did you realize her advice should be shared with the world?
You know what, that's a really good point. And I think sometimes it is easier to skip a generation and kind of talk to a grandparent versus a parent. But now I'm trying to spread the message of being able to talk to any family member about this kind of stuff. And I think, honestly, I didn't really have a choice my whole life. She would ask me all of the questions and want to know everything. So I think on her part, just being really inquisitive about my life and her other grandchildren's lives as well is what forced us to be so close. But yeah, it really started mostly during the pandemic when I decided to move in with her and my grandfather in Florida and out of New York City just to spend some time down there. I was going on dates and I really needed her advice then more than ever.
That's amazing.
I love this so much. Okay, so Grandma Gail, I know you're normally the advice giver, but what have you learned from Kim?
Well, I've learned from Kim that dating in 2023 is not much fun. That's the major thing. You know, they're afraid of commitment. They're afraid of making mistakes, which we didn't do. We just got married. If mistakes happened, we got divorced. But this generation is much different. And I've learned a lot of stuff for the better. I mean, I now know about dating apps and stuff like, you know, those situations which certainly weren't around when I was dating. And for the most part, they're very sophisticated, smart young people, and they are much more aware of dating and the situations than I was in the 60s and the 50s.
Well, I want to follow up on what you just said because you have this unique perspective. What would you say, you know, the biggest difference between people that have dating apps available to them now as opposed to when you were dating? Like, do you think it's more advantageous to just kind of go in there and figure it out? Or do you kind of want to know a list of things about that person before you start dating them?
To be very truthful, Kimmy knows that I don't like dating apps. To me, if I had a choice, I would like her to meet somebody that either her friends knew or family picked up, somewhere where we knew the background and we knew where the man was coming from. But that's very hard to do today because, you know, in many cases, they're not in the same cities. They don't have as much resources to find young people. And we also got married really right out of college or high school where we had a closed community that was already in place. Now, you're in the workforce and it's very, very different. So I do see where the difference is. I don't love it, but Kim swears that they're all vetted now. So there are no mass killers on the websites.
Well, personally, I do go out from a dating app. I try to make sure I have at least one mutual friend with the person.
Smart.
So I'll look social media and kind of cross-check that. But I think it's all just an avenue. I wouldn't only do dating apps. I wouldn't only do family fix-ups. I wouldn't only go out with someone I met at a bar at 2 a.m. I feel like you kind of need a mix of everything.
Nice mix. All right, Kim, I want to stay with you here. Your grandma's advice has become extremely popular on TikTok, and she clearly gives good guidance despite how different things are nowadays. So what is the best piece of advice and the worst she's given you?
Yeah, so we're looking at some of the rules now, your audience, and I think rule number 5, I probably agree with the most, which is don't chase a guy unless you need to get those steps in. I think the guy should really come to you. You don't want to run after someone. Same kind of thing is like you always want the guy to like you a little more than you like them. Similar messaging there that I know a lot of people grew up with. But yeah, I think the worst advice she's probably given me, she likes to give people a lot of chances. So she would say go on 10 dates with someone before you make a decision whether you like them or not. I would probably say after 2 or 3, you get a pretty good idea of whether there's any type of connection.
And I don't agree with that. I still don't agree with that. I don't think you know the person after 2 or 3 dates. And I think that's the problem with the generation today. They're not giving somebody a chance. And they need to delve a little more deeply into the soul of their date and really understand where they're coming from. And 2 or 3 dates, you barely know their names. So, or where they went to school or where their family came from. So I think they should be a little more patient. It's much more, the impatience in the dating is something I don't quite understand.
But Grandma Gail, we have no attention span. You know what I mean? That's what's happening. DBL Nation, right, exactly. I know. She's like, I gotcha. Check out Kim and Grandma Gail's podcast, Excuse My Grandma. And to learn more, we want you to go to their Instagram or TikTok at Excuse My Grandma. Ladies, this is fantastic.
You guys are great.
We love it, the idea of it. Continue on. Thank you so much for all of the time. We'll be right back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
On May 22nd, murder suspect Brian Kohberger appeared before Latah County Judge John Judge.
You also have a right of silence. That right is protected under the Idaho and federal constitutions, so you can remain silent throughout these court proceedings, and that can't be held against you in any way.
In the courtroom, Kohberger was formally charged with the murders of Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. This was the first time Judge Judge has been involved, leading one viewer to ask, was the judge changed unexpectedly on the Moscow murders case? Let's verify. Our sources are Latah County District Court, the Idaho Supreme Court, and the Prosecuting Attorney's Office for Blaine County, Idaho. First of all, yes, there was a change of judges in the case. In his first court appearance back in January, Kohberger appeared before Judge Megan Marshall. She continued to oversee the case up until the grand jury issued its indictment. That's when court documents show Judge Judge took over. The reason for changing judges is due to the way that Idaho courts handle the flow of criminal justice cases. Before the grand jury indictment, the court was preparing for a preliminary hearing to determine if the case should proceed. As the Blaine County prosecutor explains, preliminary hearings are held in the lowest local court and without a jury. In the Moscow murders case, this meant the preliminary hearing was assigned to Judge Marshall in the magistrate court. The Idaho Supreme Court explains that magistrate judges hear less serious criminal matters as well as preliminary hearings. However, once the indictment came through, the preliminary hearing was no longer needed and the trial could proceed. At this point, the case was moved to district court, which Judge John Judge oversees. District court has jurisdiction over criminal cases and also includes a jury. So while there was a judge change, we can verify that no, it was not unexpected and was simply a part of the trial process. If you
Welcome back. As wildfire smoke blankets the United States, you may be wondering, should I exercise outside in these conditions? It's time for some joint and muscle support brought to you by Omega XL. So to find out what air quality range is safe for exercise, check the air quality index where you live. If the air quality is in the orange range, you got to make some modifications. Assuming the air quality is no worse than orange, an outdoor workout of about 30 minutes is reasonable. But if you feel any discomfort, take it inside. Next, avoid exercising before dawn or late at night. And lastly, safely. If air pollution is at an orange level or higher, carry any medications you may need and take more breaks. Omega XL has improved the lives of millions of consumers, supported by 30 years of clinical research. Omega XL's powerful and proven benefits have transformed the lives of athletes, celebrities, and dedicated daily users. So call 1-800-813-6801 or visit omegaxl.com for more information. We'll be right back.
Former President Donald Trump has been indicted on 37 counts related to mishandling classified documents after he left office. Court records reveal FBI agents took 11 sets of classified records from former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate during a search on August 8th. In an August 12th post on Truth Social, a social media platform he founded, Trump claimed that the documents were all declassified. The former president's comments prompted several of our viewers, including Beverly and Carol, to ask, can the president declassify documents? So let's verify. Our sources are the U.S. Constitution, Executive Order 13526, Kel McClanahan, Executive Director of the National Security Counselors, a nonprofit public interest law firm, and Richard Immerman, professor and historian at Temple University. According to our sources, a president does have the authority to declassify documents while they're in office, but it isn't a formal process. Let me walk you through the levels of classification in the U.S. government and when presidents can and cannot exercise their power to declassify government records. The 3 levels of classification in the U.S. government are confidential, secret, and top secret. National security expert Kel McClanahan says the classification assigned to a document dictates
the level of damage that its release would cause to the national security of the United States.
According to the National Archives, a select group of government officials have classification authority, including the president, vice president, and agency heads. But let's focus on the president. The Supreme Court ruled the president's power over classified information comes from executive authority granted by the Constitution. A sitting U.S. president has wide-ranging authority to classify and declassify certain documents, but a former president does not. To classify a document, a sitting president has to make a plausible argument that it's related to national security, according to McClanahan. But he says there isn't the same requirement for declassifying documents.
He doesn't have to give any reason for declassifying it. He can just say, I decide that this should be declassified, and it's declassified.
According to our sources, there isn't a formal protocol the president has to follow in order to declassify government information. But historian Richard Immerman says there is an informal one that presidents generally follow. First, the president consults all departments and agencies that have an interest in a classified document. They provide an assessment as to whether the document should stay classified for national security reasons, and if there's a dispute among the agencies, they debate it. But ultimately, it's the president that makes the decision on declassification. So we can verify, yes, a president can declassify documents, but there isn't a set protocol that they have to follow. So what about the documents found at Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate? Well, there are other federal laws that bar a former president from taking government documents, regardless of whether or not they were declassified. With your Verify, I'm Ariane Till. Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Before we go, we want to give a big DBL shout out to Rob Reel, our city cam operator. Happy birthday, Rob! We'll see you guys. DBL's new every day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
Have I been either of you ridden horseback on a beach? That is a huge bucket list for me.
I feel like a huge hospital bill for you.
You are literally a Ken doll.
Wow.
His life. No,
Thank
it's a
you.
compliment. Do I look relaxed?
Yeah.
It's moving. Sorry, we have a spider. Chris, it's moving. Can we just... Y'all, seriously.
Sorry. Okay, let's get right to it.
I can't take this anymore.